Harry's verse. What if Harry Potter was Joker's reincarnation? Welcome back to Harry's verse, where we ask the questions the boy who lived was too polite to laugh at out loud. Today's question is the one I have been waiting 6 months to drop on you. What if the soul Lord Voldemort accidentally split into a baby on the night of October the 31st, 1981, what if it found, sitting next to it in the cot, a different soul entirely? What if Harry James Potter is, all the way down, the reincarnation of the Joker, anchored, this time, by James and Lily's love, by Hermione's friendship, by Sirius's reckless devotion, and by a moral compass that, despite everything, points north? You are about to find out. 7 chapters. No nerfing. The boy laughs at Voldemort, and the laugh, eventually, lands. Hit subscribe before you go any further, friend, because we drop a new one of these every Wednesday and you do not want to miss the next one. Smash that like button if the cupboard joke makes you smile. Tell me in the comments which crossover you want next, I'm listening. Now, sit back. Pour something warm. Settle in. The act is just getting started. HV Chapter 1, The Cupboard and the Cackle. The cupboard under the stairs was 4 feet by 3. Harry had measured it with his hands before he could read a ruler. He knew it the way a prisoner knows a cell, except a prisoner usually had not also been issued the cell as a bedroom by people pretending he was lucky to have it. A spider lived in the corner. Harry had named it Mr. Tibbs. Mr. Tibbs had 8 legs and a small dignified bearing and was, in Harry's professional opinion, the best member of the household. Vernon Dursley had 2 legs and an undignified bearing and spent most of his mornings pretending to be a man of consequence. He was the director of a firm that made drills. Harry had been told this approximately 1,000 times, in the way that men with small jobs ensure everyone knows the title. Director, Harry murmured to Mr. Tibbs one Tuesday, very softly, while the rest of the house slept. Director of drills. Captain of holes. He laughed, once, low in his throat, a small sound that did not match his face. The laugh had been arriving more often lately. He did not know where it came from. It usually came when something was supposed to be sad, or frightening, or important. It arrived like a guest with the wrong invitation, and stayed. Why so serious? He could not tell you who had said that, in his head. It was a voice he heard sometimes between sleep and waking. Gravel under it. A man who knew the punchline before the joke started. Harry had decided, at some point around age 6, that the voice was a friend. He had no other applicants for the post. The voice did not give advice. It commented. It treated Harry's life as a long-running show with poor production values and excellent comedic timing. This, Harry thought, was probably not what other 10-year-olds heard in their cupboards. Other 10-year-olds, the voice noted, do not live in cupboards. Fair point. The morning of his birthday, Aunt Petunia hammered on the door of the cupboard the way one might hammer on a door behind which one suspected vermin. Up. Up. Cook the bacon. Don't burn it. He rose. He cooked. He did not burn it. Dudley arrived in the kitchen the way a small celebrity descends into a press scrum, which is to say with grease on his chin and a slow processional waddle. Petunia kissed the top of his head. Vernon poured tea into a cup the size of a soup tureen. Harry watched the entire ritual from the stove with the patience of a man at a play he has seen too many times. Dudley counted his presents. Dudley demanded more presents. Dudley fell on the floor, briefly, in protest. Petunia produced 2 more presents. Order was restored to the kingdom. Harry placed bacon on a plate. He set the plate down. He did not laugh. He very nearly laughed, because the bacon was, technically, the 4th course of the morning, and Dudley had not yet eaten the first 3. Harry held the laugh in his teeth like a small bright coin and swallowed it back. Pace yourself, said the voice. He paced himself. Dudley's birthday outing was the zoo. It was supposed to be Dudley and Piers Polkiss and no one else, but the babysitter had fallen through, and the next neighbor had refused on what Vernon called grounds of obvious cowardice, and so Harry had been bundled into the car like a folding chair with eyes. In the car, Vernon delivered, for the 11,000th time in Harry's life, a lecture on behaving. The lecture had a structure. It always did. It opened with what I will not tolerate, moved into a list of specific things, and closed with a refrain, any funny business and there'll be no meals for a week. Harry, who had been served a slice of bread and a glass of water for the previous 2 days and called it a portion, accepted this threat with the polite attention one gives a magician who has produced the same coin from the same ear for an entire decade. You hear me, boy? Yes, Uncle Vernon. What do you say? Thank you, Uncle Vernon. And? For the privilege of accompanying you, Uncle Vernon. Vernon's neck went purple at the back. There was a beat in which Harry could see Vernon hunting through Harry's tone for sarcasm and finding nothing he could prove. The neck stayed purple. Harry kept his face perfectly arranged. The trick, he had learned, was to give them the words exactly. The words could not be punished. The words were a hand-shaped key. Beautiful, said the voice, which had sat down somewhere behind Harry's left ear and was watching with its chin in its hand. He'll never figure out what hit him. Nothing hit him. Harry was not interested in hitting Vernon. Vernon was a man who would survive a whole life believing he had won, and that, Harry thought, was the only joke worth telling at his expense. The zoo was hot. Dudley wanted ice cream. Dudley got ice cream. Piers Polkiss had a face like a rat that had been given a mortgage. Harry walked behind them and watched the animals without much interest, because the animals had less to say than the people, and Harry was beginning to suspect, with the small satisfaction of a confirmed theory, that almost every interesting thing was already happening inside someone's head. The reptile house was quiet. The lights were low. Dudley pressed his fat palms against the boa constrictor's glass, demanded movement, was disappointed, and shoved off in search of louder mammals. Piers followed, because Piers always followed. Harry stayed. The boa constrictor opened one eye. Sorry about him, Harry said, conversationally. He's the only thing in the family with worse table manners than the goldfish. The boa lifted its head. Its tongue tasted the air. Harry tilted his head. He had, for a brief and unconcerning moment, the impression that the snake had understood him. He examined this impression. He filed it under unusual. Do you know, Harry said, I think you and I have a great deal in common. Glass walls. Pointless clientele. A general air of being looked at. The snake, and this was the part Harry would never tell anyone, not even later, not even after everything, the snake nodded. Harry, polite, nodded back. Bred in captivity, he asked. The snake gestured, with a flick of its tail, at a small placard. Harry read the placard. Bred in captivity. Brazil. Yes. He patted the glass with one knuckle. Tough break. I'd offer you a holiday. I don't really have the budget. Then Dudley returned. Dudley shoved Harry aside. Dudley pressed his nose against the glass. The glass disappeared. It did not break. It did not shatter. It was simply, suddenly, not there. Dudley fell forward into the enclosure with the soft startled noise of a man who has discovered that gravity has been waiting for him. The boa, with great courtesy, slithered out across the tile. Brazil, here I come, it said, conversationally, as it passed Harry's foot. Thanks, amigo. Harry watched it go. He thought, very calmly, right. So that happened. The voice, behind his ear, said, oh, this is going to be fun. The fallout was loud. Dudley screamed. Piers screamed. A woman at the end of the corridor screamed in solidarity. Vernon, when he arrived, achieved a color that in nature is reserved for spawning fish. Harry was returned home in the boot of the car. He was placed in the cupboard. He was informed, in tones of operatic injury, that he would not eat for a week. He ate, in fact, on day 3, when Petunia accidentally left a slice of cold toast on the counter. He did not enjoy the toast. He did not need to. In the cupboard, in the dark, he replayed the moment the glass had vanished. There had been a feeling in his chest just before. A small unfurling. Something inside him had decided. "Welcome to the act," said the voice. Harry, lying on his back with his hands behind his head, told the spider, "Mr. Tibbs, I think I might be a wizard." Mr. Tibbs, who was 8-legged and dignified and had no opinion on the matter, said nothing. Or, Harry added, I might be losing my mind. The two are difficult to distinguish from in here. He laughed, once, very quietly, into his palm. The first letter came on a Tuesday. The second on a Wednesday. By Friday Vernon had nailed the letter slot shut and was muttering at the post. By Sunday letters were arriving down the chimney, through the milk bottles, in the eggs, and once, this was Harry's favorite, folded inside a stick of celery. Harry had not yet been allowed to read one. Vernon was burning them in the grate as fast as they came. Harry watched the letters burn with the quiet attention of a critic. "They're addressed to me," he observed, around lunchtime on Sunday, while Vernon stood guard over the post slot with a poker. "Eat your soup. The letters are not for you. They have my name on them. They are not for you. They have my address on them. They are not. And the address is, I notice, the cupboard under the stairs." Vernon turned, very slowly. His face was the color of a stop sign that had been screamed at. "What are you trying to say, boy?" "Nothing, Uncle Vernon. I just thought it interesting that someone, somewhere, knows where I sleep." There was a pause. The pause was about the length of a man's life passing in front of his eyes. That night Harry was moved out of the cupboard and into Dudley's spare bedroom. The spare bedroom contained a broken television, a robot with no head, and a smell. Harry did not mind. Harry had a window now. Windows were excellent for jokes, you could deliver them to the moon. The letters kept coming. By Tuesday Vernon had loaded the family into the car and driven them to a village. By Wednesday he had loaded them onto a boat and rowed them to a rock. The rock had, perched on it, a shack. The shack had 3 rooms, one of which was technically the floor, and a sofa that smelled of fish. "There," said Vernon, with the satisfaction of a man who has out-strategized the postal service. "Try and find us here." It was at this point in his life that Harry began to suspect his uncle was not so much a man as a very long, slow joke, and that someone, somewhere, was setting up the punchline. The punchline arrived at midnight. It was 11 feet tall. It had a beard like a small black weather system. It kicked the door in and dusted itself off and said, "Sorry 'bout that," to the door, which lay flat on the floor with the air of something that had been very rudely interrupted. Harry, who had been counting down to his 11th birthday on a strip of cardboard with a stub of pencil, looked up. The giant looked at him. "Blimey," said the giant. "Last time I saw ya, were only a baby. Ya look a lot like your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes." Harry filed the sentence carefully. He had heard it a total of 0 times in his life. It was a sentence someone had been keeping for him, and had finally remembered to deliver. The giant produced a slightly squashed cake from inside his coat. The cake said "Happy Birthday Harry" in green icing. The giant produced a kettle. The giant produced an envelope. Harry took the envelope. He read it. He read it again. Then he laughed. It was not a small laugh. It was not the careful coin-in-the-teeth laugh he had perfected over a decade of living with the Desleys. It was a real laugh, warm, surprised, delighted, with the gravelly bottom note of someone he did not know thrown in for no reason, and it shook out of him in the way water comes out of a kettle that has finally been put on the right hob. Vernon, on the sofa, made the noise of an outraged piece of furniture. The giant beamed. "Yerry a wizard, Harry." "I gathered," Harry said, when he could speak. I gathered the school for it. The school. With the headmaster. The headmaster of magic. He wiped his eyes. He was holding himself upright against the wall of the shack with one hand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Give me a moment. Witchcraft and wizardry. That's the name of the school. Are you serious? Hogwarts, said the giant, who appeared to have decided that Harry's reaction was on the better end of a normal range and was nodding along encouragingly. School o' witchcraft and wizardry. Your parents was both magical, Harry. Your dad was great with a wand, your mum was top o' her class, my parents. Your dad, were they? Were what? Magical. Yes, Harry. Right. Harry stopped laughing. The stop was abrupt. It surprised him. The voice in his head, which had been laughing along with him, also stopped, with what he could have sworn was a faint air of respect. He lowered the envelope. They didn't die in a car crash, Harry said. It was not a question. Vernon made a strangled sound from the sofa. The giant looked, for the first time, dangerous. He looked at Vernon with the slow injured affection of a man who has just realized the vase he loved was used as an ashtray. Did they tell ya that? The giant said. They told me, Harry said, many things. Including that my father was an unemployed drunk and my mother was a flaky, ungrateful little witch. It was the second part that I always thought was peculiar. They said it in tones of reproach. As if she had failed at being a witch. As if it were a profession one could be bad at. She was the best witch o' her year, said the giant. The giant's eyes were wet. The giant's voice had thickened. And, your dad was the best wizard. And, they died, Harry. And Gary famous for it. Harry, very carefully, sat down on a wooden crate that smelled of old fish. The crate accepted him. He turned the envelope over in his hands. He looked at the green ink, the red wax seal, the little circling crest. Famous, said the voice. Harry laughed once, low, through his nose. It was not a happy sound. It was not an unhappy sound. It was the sound a man makes when he has been handed a wrapped box he did not know he was waiting for, and the box ticks. Well, he said. That's terribly inconvenient. The giant, who was called Hagrid, Harry would learn within the next minute, took out a bright pink umbrella. He pointed it at Vernon. He told Vernon several things about Vernon's parentage, in a voice like a small landslide. Then, when Dudley scrambled for the leftover birthday cake, Hagrid pointed the umbrella at Dudley and a curly pig's tail uncoiled out the back of Dudley's trousers like a corkscrew finally completing its purpose. Dudley screamed. Petunia screamed. Harry tried very hard. He really tried. He set his teeth. He counted to 4. He thought about something serious. He thought about his parents, who had not died in a car crash. He thought about the mother who had been the best witch of her year and whose son had grown up being told she had been bad at being one. It did not help. He laughed. He laughed until he cried. The cry was real, tucked into the laugh, and the laugh was real, and they did not separate, and he did not try to separate them. He sat on the fish crate with green ink on his lap and a giant in the doorway and a pigtailed cousin under a sofa, and he laughed in a way he had never been allowed to in 11 years of his life. That's my boy, said the voice. That's my boy. Hagrid, who had the patience of a mountain, waited for the laugh to die down, then politely offered Harry a slice of squashed cake. Harry took it. It was the best cake he had ever eaten. Diagon Alley made a poor first impression and an excellent second one. The first impression was that someone had shaken a snow globe full of medieval reenactors and forgotten to put the lid back on. The second impression was that everyone in the snow globe also had a brain. Hagrid took him through the leaky cauldron at a brisk trot, after the small unbearable performance of being introduced to 20 strangers in succession, all of whom shook his hand and called him Mr. Potter and looked at his forehead with the avid careful attention of people inspecting a famous building. Quirrell, the defense professor, was in the corner of the pub. Quirrell stuttered. Harry, polite, shook Quirrell's hand. Something in Harry's scar twitched. He filed the twitch. "Filing again," said the voice. "I love a good file." In the alley proper, Harry kept his face arranged and his hands in his pockets and walked behind Hagrid like a small unreadable shadow. He looked at the brooms. He looked at the cauldrons. He looked at the owls. He looked, with some interest, at a shop front whose sign offered defensive and offensive charms, modestly priced, and decided he would come back another time. At Gringotts, the goblins eyed him. Harry eyed them back. He bowed, very slightly, when he passed the head clerk, because he had read once in a book on diplomacy that respect was free and useful, and because the goblins looked like the kind of people who knew every fool who had not bowed. The head clerk's eyebrow ticked up a quarter-inch. Harry took this as the highest compliment a goblin had ever paid him. Inside the Potter vault, Harry stood for a moment and looked at the gold. "Oh dear," said the voice. "Look at all that ammunition." Harry took out a modest amount. He scooped some galleons into the small leather bag Hagrid had given him. He scooped another small handful. He did not touch the rest. He turned and left and did not look back. Hagrid, watching him, said, "That's a sensible amount." "My uncle counts every spoonful of soup," Harry said. "I'd like to learn a different relationship with money than the one he's modeled." Hagrid blinked at him. Hagrid blinked at him several more times. Then Hagrid laughed, a great rolling laugh that shook moths out of the high vault, and they got back into the cart. In the cart, going up at speed, Harry looked at the rocks rushing past. He smiled. It was a large, real smile. He had not had any reason to feel this much before. The cart lurched. He laughed. Somewhere behind his sternum the voice that had lived with him in the cupboard was laughing too, a softer laugh, a laugh that did not need to mock anything. It was, Harry thought, the laugh of a man who had been handed something he did not expect to like, and liked. The rope fitting at Madame Malkin's took 40 minutes. The other boy on the stool, pale, pointed, polished, had a great deal to say about Slytherin and the right sort of family and what it meant to be a Malfoy. Harry let him talk. Harry let him talk for a long time. Harry stood very still while Pins tucked his hem. When the boy paused to breathe, Harry said, "You seem to know a lot about this." "My family, yes, you mentioned." Harry's tone did not change. He looked at himself in the mirror, then at the boy, then back at himself. "I don't know your name." "You haven't given it. You've given me your house and your family and your father's opinion of Quidditch and, at one point, the comparative merits of imported brooms. But I don't have a name for the file. I'd like to label the file." The boy's mouth opened. The boy's mouth closed. Draco. Draco Malfoy. Harry. Pleasure. He did not give the surname. He waited for the surname to do its own work. It would, he had begun to suspect, do quite a lot of its own work for the rest of his life, and he might as well learn what to do with it. The pin in his hem caught his ankle. The seamstress apologized. Harry told her it was nothing. He paid. He left. Hagrid, who had been waiting outside with 2 ice creams, handed Harry one and said, "Get on all right." "Meta Malfoy." "Oh, Merlin." "Yes," Harry said, licking the ice cream. It was strawberry. "It was wonderful. I don't think we'll be friends. They's a bad lot, that family. Old Wizardin family, all in Slytherin, you know what they say." Harry held up a polite hand. "Hagrid. Forgive me. I don't really care what they say. I care what he did, what they do. People can be related to anything. My cousin shares my blood and we have very little in common. Hagrid considered this. Hagrid nodded. They walked on. Ollivander's was the one shop Harry liked the smell of immediately. It was dust and resin and old wood, and the silver eyes of the man behind the counter had the brightness of a teacher who has already decided that the lesson today will be interesting. "Mr. Potter," said Ollivander, before Harry had said anything. "I wondered when I would see you. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." "Was she good at charm work?" "She was excellent." Ollivander's eyes flicked. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration." He was already taking down boxes. He measured Harry. Harry did not stand still well, and the tape measure took it personally and tried to measure his nostril. Harry watched Ollivander's hands. Ollivander pushed boxes towards him. "Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches, nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry waved it. Nothing happened. Ollivander snatched it back almost before he finished the gesture. "Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try." He didn't finish. Harry waved. Ollivander snatched. "Ebony and unicorn hair. 8½ inches, springy." Snatched. 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 The pile of tried wands grew, and Harry's pile of tried and rejected boxes grew, and Ollivander, far from looking disheartened, grew steadily more pleased. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." He handed Harry the wand, and the wand handed Harry something back. Warmth ran up Harry's arm, a warmth he had not known he was missing until it arrived. A stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end of the wand like a small loyal firework. Harry laughed. He could not help it. It was a real laugh, and it had the gravelly bottom note again, and Ollivander did not flinch from it. Ollivander leaned forward instead, and his silver eyes went brighter. "Curious," said Ollivander. "Tell me," Harry said. "I love a curious." "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand, Mr. Potter, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar." There was a pause in the shop. The pause had weight. Harry, very slowly, lifted a hand to his forehead. He touched the lightning-shaped scar with one fingertip. "The brother of this wand," he said, "killed my parents. And tried to kill you, yes. And now I have its sister." "Yes." Harry looked at the wand. He turned it once in his hand. He smiled. The smile was small. It was real. It was, if you watched closely, the smile of someone who had just been told the joke of his life and who very much liked the joke. "That," he said, "is funny." Ollivander, who had served wizards for 112 years and seen many reactions to the news Harry had just been given, terror, weeping, pride, denial, trance, had never seen this one. Ollivander smiled too, slowly. "I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things." "Terrible, yes. But great." "He who must not be named," Harry repeated. "We do not say his name." "Whose name?" "His." "We do not say it." Harry stared at him for a moment. He looked, for a fraction of a second, less like an 11-year-old in a too large robe and more like a man who has just been told a punchline he has been chasing his entire life. "You're afraid of his name. It is, customary, you're afraid of his name. Not the man. The name. The arrangement of letters. The sound. Mr. Potter, I'm sorry, Harry said, holding up a hand. The hand was steady. His shoulders were shaking. I'm sorry. Please. Forgive me. It's just, he laughed. He laughed in the wand shop. He laughed with one hand braced on Ollivander's counter and the other clutching the wand that had chosen him because it could not help it. He laughed in long, helpless, beautiful peals. Ollivander watched him with an expression that was not afraid, exactly, but was certainly recalibrating. When Harry could speak, he wiped his eyes and said, Voldemort. Right? Voldemort. That's the name. Voldemort. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. A clock somewhere ticked. A wand box, on a shelf, twitched. Mr. Potter, Ollivander said, very carefully, we really do not, we do now, Harry said. I do. I'm going to. Constantly. He's going to hate it. Imagine. Imagine being so frightened of your own name that other people whisper around it. Imagine the vanity of it. Imagine the insecurity. He must lie awake at night, Mr. Ollivander. He must lie awake at night going, I bet someone said it. Ollivander, despite himself, made a small noise. It was almost a laugh. He covered it with a cough. 7 galleons, please. Harry paid. He picked up the wand. He turned to go. At the door, he paused, and over his shoulder said, with great cheer, Voldemort. The wand, in his hand, gave one more tiny spark. As if in agreement. Outside, on the cobbles, Hagrid waited with an owl in a cage and a grin like a sunrise. The owl was snowy and beautiful and had eyes the color of yellow lamps. Harry, who had not been given a present by an adult since the last time his parents had been alive, which, he was learning, was longer ago than he had been allowed to know, accepted the cage and stared at it for a long moment. He named the owl Hedwig, from a book Hagrid had bought him. He thanked Hagrid. Hagrid waved it off. Hagrid said something gruff about not bein' nothin', and Harry Durvin, a bit nice for once, and then Hagrid took him for sausages. In the booth, with sausages on a plate between them, Hagrid told Harry the story. He told him about the war. He told him about the Potters. He told him about the night his parents had died. He told him about a dark wizard who had come for a baby, and the baby who had not died. Harry ate the sausages slowly. He listened. He did not laugh. The voice in his head did not laugh. The voice in his head, in fact, was very quiet, in the way a spectator goes quiet when a play turns serious. When Hagrid was done, Harry said, Thank you for telling me. You deserve to know, Harry. Yes. Harry pushed his empty plate away. He looked, for a moment, very small in the booth, small, and tired, and far too old for 11. Then he straightened. He looked up. His eyes, the green ones his mother had had, the ones that had been the last thing she had looked at her killer with, were calm. Hagrid, he said. He killed them. He came for me. And he failed. Why? Nobody knows, Harry. Nobody, then I'll find out. He said it very simply. He said it the way a child says I'll get the milk. It was not a vow. It was not a boast. It was a small piece of information, delivered for the record. Hagrid, who had carried Harry as a baby out of the rubble of his parents' house, looked at him for a long moment. Yeri your dad's son, Harry, he said, very gruff. Yeri his son. Harry smiled. It was not a small smile. It was wide, and warm, and somewhere underneath it, in the place where the laugh lived, the voice that he had been learning to call his own said, and the joke was, they thought killing a baby would end the story. They thought that was the end of the act. Oh, the act is just getting started. The act is just getting started, Mr. Potter. Welcome back to the stage. Harry did not say it aloud. He picked up his sausage fork. He looked at Hagrid. He looked at the wand on the table. He looked at the snowy owl in her cage. He laughed once, small, into his fist. "I think I'm going to like school," he said. The walk back to the leaky cauldron took longer than it had to. Hagrid kept pointing at things. There was Florian Fortescue's, where his mother had liked the strawberry and peanut butter sort. There was quality Quidditch supplies, where his father had bought his first racing broom at 13. There was the bookshop where his mother had once stood arguing with a clerk for 20 minutes about whether Charm's theory could be improved by reading Muggle physics. Each detail was small. Each detail was a brick. By the time they reached the pub, Harry felt that someone had been quietly building him a room, his whole life, that he had not known existed, and that the room had a window, and the window had a view, and the view was of two people he had been told had died drunk in a car. He sat down at a corner table while Hagrid bought 2 more sausage rolls and a butterbeer he kept saying was just a taste, mind, just a taste, don't you tell your aunt. Harry took a small swallow of the butterbeer. It was warm and sweet and tasted like a holiday. "Hagrid," he said. "MMF. What was she like?" Hagrid set down his tankard. "Your mum?" "Yes." Hagrid looked at the ceiling, which was wooden and ringed with old smoke. He took a long breath. "She was kind," Hagrid said. "That's the first thing. She was kind even to people who didn't deserve it. She used to bring me pumpkin pasties up to me hut, when nobody were looking. She'd say, 'Hagrid, I made too many,' and, yeah, I could see she'd made the right number on purpose. She was clever. Sharp as a knife in a drawer of butter spoons, your mum. And she had a temper like a kettle, really. Quiet, 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 then a whistle heard down the corridor." Harry pictured this. He filed it. He drank his butterbeer. "And my dad?" Hagrid's mouth moved into something complicated. "Your dad was an idiot," Hagrid said, with great fondness. "Your dad was a lovely, lovely idiot. Brave as a lion, smart as he needed to be, a hand for every prank in the school. Used to charm the suits armor to sing rude songs at the prefects. Your mum hated him for years. Couldn't stand him. He'd grown up by the time she stopped hating him, mind. He was a good man, Harry. Loved her like she'd hung the moon. Loved you like you'd hung the next moon." Harry's throat did something he was not used to. He set his butterbeer down and looked at the table. "Right," he said. "Yeah, all right." "Yes." He paused. "Yes." He said it twice because the first one had not gone all the way. He did not laugh. The voice in his head, for once, did not say anything either. The voice in his head was sitting very politely in the back row of the theater. The voice in his head, and Harry would only realize this years later, had decided, somewhere in this conversation, that there were certain scenes it would not interrupt. The car ride home from King's Cross, well. There was no car ride home from King's Cross, because Harry had to take the underground back to Surrey, alone, with Hedwig in a cage and a heavy trunk and a very large grin he kept smothering. Hagrid had put him on the train at Paddington and Harry had managed the rest. Vernon picked him up from the station the way one picks up a parcel one wishes had been lost in the post. The drive home was silent. Petunia, in the kitchen, took one look at Hedwig and pronounced that thing would not be in the house. Harry opened the cage. He told Hedwig, in front of Petunia, very politely, that she was free to come and go as she pleased through his bedroom window, which Petunia had not yet realized was in the spare room she had given him and could not now revoke without admitting she had ever given it to him. Hedwig considered. Hedwig, who Harry was already beginning to suspect was sharper than several adults in his life, took off through the kitchen window in a flurry of white feathers and landed on the windowsill of the spare bedroom upstairs. Petunia made the noise of a kettle that has been told the worst. Harry went upstairs. He sat on the bed of the spare room. He looked at his trunk. He looked at his wand on the bed. He looked at the great snowy owl on the windowsill, who had cocked her head at him in a way that suggested she was waiting for further instructions. "Well," he said to her. "We've a month to kill." Hedwig blinked. "Don't peck me. I know it's a poor metaphor." She did not peck him. She made a very small, dignified hooting sound, and Harry, who had spent 11 years being told that the people in his life found him objectionable, felt something inside him soften about an inch. He spent the month reading. He read the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. He read a history of magic, all of it, in 3 days, because there was a chapter on the war and he had decided he would not be ambushed in his own school by his own life. He read 1,000 magical herbs and fungi for the pictures. He read The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection because Vernon had not noticed the title and would not have approved. He did not perform any spells. The letter had said no underage magic outside school. He took the letter at its word. He did, however, point his wand at Dudley once, behind Dudley's back, and say bibbidi-bobbidi-boo under his breath, just to see what happened. Nothing happened. But Dudley, for the next half hour, kept glancing nervously over his shoulder, and that was a kind of magic too. Harry sat on the bed and laughed, very quietly, into his pillow. Hedwig watched him with the indulgent affection of a parent observing a small inevitable toddler. Outside the window, the summer rolled on. Inside the window, a wand and a stack of books and a snowy owl waited for September the 1st. And the joke was, the voice said one night, very softly, just before he slept, they thought putting you in a cupboard would keep you small. Harry smiled into the dark. They were wrong. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The boy on the train. Vernon dropped him at King's Cross with the careful detachment of a man delivering a parcel that had bitten him in the past. He pointed at the wall between Platform 9 and Platform 10, said, "Well, there you go," in a voice that was not so much malicious as profoundly disengaged, and waited about 3 seconds before pulling away from the curb at speed. Harry stood with his trolley, his trunk, his snowy owl in her cage, and a wand in his pocket, in the middle of one of the busiest train stations in London, and looked at a brick wall. He laughed. It was a small laugh. It was a private laugh. It was the laugh of a man who has been handed a problem that is, on inspection, more interesting than threatening. "Pick a barrier and run at it," the voice in his head suggested, helpfully. That's almost always a good general approach to life. He looked along the platform. He saw a flock of red-haired children moving like a small parade. He saw a tall woman shepherding them. He heard the words Muggle-pact and platform and every year. He gave them, in his head, a name, the Weasleys, almost certainly, which would prove correct, filed it, and began to walk in their direction at a polite, deliberate, unhurried pace, like a man who had every intention of asking but did not wish to be seen asking. The tall woman saw him first. She had a kind round face and very tired eyes. "All right, dear," she said. "First time," Harry said. "Sorry. I haven't done this before." "Oh. Yes, Ron's first too. There, look," she pointed at a boy with a freckled nose who was holding the handle of his own trolley with the slightly desperate grip of a person who has watched all the previous trolleys be loaded by older siblings without being given a chance to practice. "Now, dear, you just walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Best to do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Don't stop and don't be scared you'll crash into it, that's very important." Harry processed this. "Right," he said. "Off you go, then." He walked. Then he ran. He ran at a brick wall in a London train station with a luggage trolley and a snowy owl in a cage, and the brick wall opened around him like a curtain remembering its job, and on the other side of it was a scarlet steam train and a sign that said Hogwarts Express in proud iron letters, and Harry, halfway through the wall, did the only sensible thing he had ever done in his life. He laughed. He came out the other side still laughing. A pair of older students looked at him oddly. He waved at them. They moved away. A red-haired boy, the freckled one, Ron, appeared next to him a moment later, panting, and looked at him with an expression of extreme uncertainty. "You all right?" "Sorry," Harry said, recovering. "Sorry. I just ran at a brick wall, on purpose, and your mother told me to. I've never had a better Tuesday." "Oh." Ron blinked. "Right. Yeah. Bit weird the first time. It's wonderful." "It's a wall," Ron said, slowly. "It's a wall I ran through." Yes. "Don't worry," Harry said, taking pity on him. "I'm fine. I'm new. I'm enthusiastic about the new. Help me find a compartment." They found a compartment near the end of the train, mostly empty. Harry hauled his trunk in. Ron's older brothers, twins, identical, both of whom Harry liked on sight in a way he could not explain, helped lift his trunk onto the rack. One of them noticed his scar, said, "Blimey, are you," elbowed his brother, and they both stared at him with frank delighted curiosity for about 4 seconds before deciding they were too old to do that and clattering away to find their friend Lee, who, the twins reported in passing, had a giant tarantula. Ron sat across from Harry. Ron stared at his shoes. Ron, after a long unbearable beat, said, "Are you really, probably? Harry Potter. That's the one." Ron stared at his forehead. "Have you got the, yes? Can I, yes?" Harry lifted his fringe. Ron stared. Ron exhaled. Ron sat back. "Wicked," Ron said. Harry liked that. Wicked was excellent. Wicked did not require a follow-up. Wicked did not ask him to perform. He let his fringe fall. "I'm Ron, by the way. I gathered. Did I tell you? Your mother said it about 100 times." Ron grinned. "Yeah, she does that." The trolley came past. The trolley had everything. Harry, who had a small handful of money and a very large appetite for things he had never been allowed to have, bought every kind of sweet on the trolley. He bought too many. He spread them across the seat between him and Ron and said, with perfect courtesy, "Help me. I will not eat all of these." Ron stared at the pile. Ron's eyes did a complicated thing. Ron, who had been embarrassed about the corned beef sandwich his mother had packed, took a chocolate frog with the slow caution of a man approaching a holy relic. "You sure? Eat. Please." They ate. Ron, between mouthfuls, told Harry about his brothers. Charlie was off doing something with dragons. Bill was off doing something with curses. Percy was a prefect, which was a sort of disease. The twins, Fred and George, were menaces, which was a compliment. Ginny was the only girl, which was a tragedy. Ron was the youngest of the boys, which was a problem. "Hand-me-downs," Ron said, displaying a slightly gray shirt cuff. "Hand-me-down robes. Hand-me-down wand. Hand-me-down rat." He produced, from his pocket, a fat gray rat, which was sleeping. Harry looked at the rat. The rat slept. The rat slept the way a prisoner sleeps when he has chosen the most boring possible disguise. Something in Harry's neck, or maybe in some other part of him that did not have a name yet, pricked, very lightly, like a small needle remembering its purpose. He filed it. He did not say anything. He smiled. He took another chocolate frog. "Filing again," murmured the voice. "Filing rats now. We've expanded the system." The compartment door slid open at one point and a girl with a great deal of brown hair and a great deal of opinion about it leaned in. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," said Ron, who had a chocolate frog half in his mouth. "Oh, are you doing magic? Let's see, then." She sat down without waiting to be invited. Ron, panicked, lifted his wand and said, "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow." Nothing happened. Ron looked at the rat. The rat slept on. Are you sure that's a real spell? The girl asked. Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learnt all our course books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? She had said all this without taking a breath. Ron, with a sweet still in his mouth, gave his name. Harry, who had been watching this performance with the rapt attention of a man at a play, said, Harry Potter. Hermione's eyes did a small flicking thing. The flicking thing was not all. The flicking thing was cataloging. Are you really? I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I in Hogwarts, a history? No. Then I'm not really anybody yet. She blinked at him. That was a joke, he said. Was it? Yes. She tucked her hair behind her ear. Well, the rise and fall says you're terribly important, and I expect you'll be in Gryffindor. That's the best house, by the sound of it. Anyway, we'd better find Neville's toad. You should put your robes on, you know, I expect we'll be there soon. She left. The door closed behind her. Ron looked at Harry. Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it. She's wonderful, Harry said. Ron stared. She's terrible, Ron clarified. Both of those things are true. Ron sat back and looked at him with the long-suffering patience of a person realizing that life is going to be a lot more confusing now. Then the door slid open again, and 3 boys were standing in it. The middle one was the boy from Madame Malkin's. The other 2 were large in a way that suggested furniture. Is it true, said Draco, without preamble. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. Hello, Draco. You remembered. Hard to forget. You talked at me for 40 minutes. Draco's face did a small twitch and then resolved itself back into composure. These are Crabbe and Goyle. And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. The 2 large boys did not say anything. Ron snickered, very quietly, at Draco. Ron tried to disguise the snicker as a cough. The cough was unconvincing. Draco's eyes flicked to Ron. They moved over his hand-me-down robes, over the cuff that did not quite reach his wrist, over the grey rat in his lap. The eyes registered him in the way a butler's eyes register a stain. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand. Harry looked at the hand. He did not take it. He looked at Draco. He looked at Crabbe. He looked at Goyle. He looked back at Draco. His face was perfectly still. His eyes were very bright. Draco, he said, gently. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks. The compartment held its breath. Then Harry, with great courtesy, added, but I appreciate the offer. I'll be sure to consult you next time I'm in the market for a recommendation. We'll have to set up a time. Tuesdays, perhaps. Draco's hand, hovering between them, twitched. Draco's mouth opened. Draco's mouth closed. Crabbe and Goyle, sensing that something had happened that was not on the script, looked at Draco for instruction. Draco said, "You'll regret, probably," Harry said, agreeably. "I regret a great many things. I have an excellent memory for regret. I keep them all in a little drawer. I'll add yours." Draco turned. Draco left. Crabbe and Goyle, after a delayed beat, lumbered after him. Ron, in the silence that followed, very slowly turned his head and looked at Harry. Bloody hell, mate. Was that all right? That was, yeah. Yeah. That was, yeah. Harry laughed. It was small. It was warm. It was the laugh of a man who had just drawn a chalk line on the platform floor and watched, with mild interest, who would step over it. Hogsmeade Station, in the dark, smelled of pine resin and damp coal. Hagrid was there with a lantern, calling for first years. Harry waved. Hagrid grinned. The boats. The lake. The castle, when it came up around the cliff edge, 1,000 windows, all of them lit, like a constellation that had decided to settle on a hillside and stay. Harry, who had spent 11 years in a cupboard, looked at it and did not say anything for a long time. Beside him in the boat, Hermione was reciting facts about the lake. Beside Hermione, Neville was clutching his toad with both hands, having found it in the corridor outside the toilets, having lost it, having found it again. Beside Harry, Ron was trying very hard not to gawp at the castle and failing. Harry laughed, very softly, as the boats slid into the underground harbor. The voice in his head, for once, laughed with him, in a way that was almost gentle. The sorting was a piece of theater Harry approved of immediately. A hat. A stool. An audience. Excellent stagecraft. The hat sang a song that explained the houses. Harry listened. Harry filed. McGonagall called names. The names walked up. The hat declared. Sometimes the hat took its time. Hermione took a long time, then went to Gryffindor. Neville took a long time, then went to Gryffindor. The hall clapped politely. Then McGonagall said, "Potter, Harry." The hall went so quiet you could have heard a quill drop. Every head turned. Every single head. Harry walked through the silence to the stool. He sat down. He felt the bench under him. He felt the eyes. He felt, this was a new one, McGonagall's hand on his shoulder, brief, steady, oddly kind, before the hat dropped over his eyes. He could not see the hall. He could see, in the dark of the hat, his own breath. "H.M.," said a small voice in his ear. The hat. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting, so where shall I put you? Harry, polite, folded his hands in his lap. Wherever you like, he said, in the small dark of the hat. I haven't got an opinion. I haven't been here before. Oh, but you have an opinion, said the hat. Deep down. You're trying not to. Interesting. Most boys have a house they're hoping for by now. You, H.M. You have a, what is that? The hat paused. The hat went very, very still. Oh, said the hat, in a different voice. Oh, dear. H.M. said the voice in Harry's head. Oh, said the hat again. Hello. Hello, said the voice in Harry's head, who appeared to have just sat up. Harry, in the small dark of the hat, said, very calmly, are you two going to introduce yourselves, or shall I? There was a pause. The pause was complicated. Difficult, the hat said again. Very difficult. There's something here that is, older, than you. There's something here that has, opinions. Slytherin would help you, you know, oh yes, certainly, you would do well there, Slytherin would teach you to use what you have, I don't think so, Harry said, gently. No. No. The boy in the compartment. The hand. I've already met what Slytherin looks like with the wrong people in it. I'd rather not. Slytherin is not the wrong people, you know. Some of it is. And I don't fancy spending 7 years sorting which is which. Put me with the brave ones. Brave is, it's where my mother went. And it's where my father went. And it's where the only girl on the train who's likely to ever tell me when I'm being an idiot has just gone. So. The hat hummed. The hat said, you would do well in Slytherin. You have the cunning. You have the will. Are you certain? I'm certain. Even with, the hat hesitated, what's in there with you? Especially with what's in there with me. The voice in his head, the gravelly voice, the cupboard voice, the man who watched his life as theater, said, quietly, attaboy. The hat shouted, Gryffindor. The hall exploded. Harry took the hat off. He stood up. He walked, carefully, to the table that was screaming his name. He shook hands he could not see the owners of. The twins, Fred and George, were chanting we got Potter, we got Potter. He sat down between Ron, who slapped his back with both hands, and a tall boy who introduced himself as Percy, the prefect, and offered him a handshake of frankly ridiculous gravity. Up at the staff table, a man with a long silver beard was watching him with an expression that was difficult to read. The man, Dumbledore, caught his eye, and inclined his head a fraction of an inch, and smiled. Harry inclined back. Beside Dumbledore, a small turbaned man with a nervous tic was hunched over the table, talking to the man on his left, a man with greasy black hair and a great hooked nose. The greasy man's eyes flicked up to meet Harry's. The scar on Harry's forehead burned for a second, sharp, like someone had touched a hot wire to it. Harry did not flinch. The greasy man, Snape, this would be, looked away. Harry, very calmly, picked up a chicken leg. Filed, said the voice in his head. Filed, Harry agreed. The first week was a long warm blur of staircases that moved when you weren't looking, paintings that followed you with their eyes, doors that pretended to be walls, and walls that pretended to be doors. Harry, who had spent 11 years memorizing the angles of a cupboard, found the castle's playfulness almost touching. Every morning the castle changed. Every morning it dared him to find it. He found it. He was, after a week, the only first year who was never late. Hermione, who got lost twice the first day and refused to admit it, took to walking with him. You have, she said, a frankly unreasonable sense of direction. I have, he said, a frankly unreasonable amount of practice navigating the moods of small spaces. What does that mean? It means I grew up inside a cupboard. I'm flexible. She stopped. She looked at him. She opened her mouth. She closed it. She walked on. She did not say anything. That was the day Hermione decided, internally, that Harry Potter was hers to look after. Harry would not learn this for several years. He benefited from it immediately. Ron, on the other hand, decided, internally, that Harry Potter was his best friend. Harry knew this within 48 hours. The two pieces of information would not become public knowledge until much later, and they would not collide until Halloween, when a number of things would collide simultaneously. Snape's first class was potions on Friday. Snape entered the dungeon the way a stage actor enters a room he intends to dominate. He took the register. He paused at Potter, Harry. Ah, yes, he said, softly. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Harry, polite, did not respond. He was not certain whether celebrity required a response. Potter, Snape said, after the rest of the register. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry, who had read, in fact, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi on the train, because he had nothing else to do, opened his mouth. He closed it. He considered. He looked at Snape, who was waiting with an expression that was, plainly and unambiguously, a hook with bait on it. Snape did not want him to know. Snape wanted him to not know, so Snape could enjoy the not knowing. Snape had set the trap so plainly that Harry could see the spring under the leaf. Harry, pleasant, said, I think you'd get the draft of living death, sir. Snape's face did a small unaccountable twitch. Where, Snape said, carefully, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. The dungeon was very quiet. Hermione, 2 seats away, was bouncing with frustrated joy. She had been ready to answer all 3. Ron was looking at Harry as if Harry had grown an extra head and the head was singing. Snape's nostrils, which were impressive, flared. I see, said Snape. Fame, clearly, isn't everything. Sir, Harry said, mildly. I read the book. Snape's eyes narrowed. There was a beat. Then Harry, and he could not, for the rest of his life, decide whether this had been wisdom or not, added, was that wrong? Reading the book. I assumed that was the point. The class made a noise it was not allowed to make. The noise was suppressed instantly. But several mouths were behind several hands. Snape's voice dropped a register. 5 points from Gryffindor, Potter, for cheek. Worth it, sir, Harry said, brightly. 10 points. Still worth it. 20. I'll stop talking now. He stopped talking. He prepared his cauldron. He did not look up. He could feel Snape's eyes on the back of his head all through the lesson, not the heat of attention, but the cool of interest. Harry, who had been studied by Vernon Dursley for 11 years and had learned the difference between I want to harm you and I want to understand you, recognized the shape of the second. Snape, he realized, did not just dislike him. Snape did not know what to make of him. That was a more interesting position to be in. He filed it. Filing, murmured the voice. We could open a small office. Halloween came on a Tuesday. The hall was full of pumpkins the size of garden sheds. The ceiling was charmed to show a low orange sunset. Live bats wheeled in the rafters. Harry, who had 11 years of being told that Halloween was a pagan abomination and a perfectly good night to be locked in a cupboard, ate his way through a small mountain of candied apples and roasted pumpkin seeds, and laughed at every prank the twins pulled with his mouth full. Then the door of the great hall burst open and Quirrell, the defense professor, sprinted up the center aisle, his turban askew, his face a color Harry had never seen on a human being. Troll, he gasped. Troll, in the dungeons, he paused for breath, with all the timing of a man who had been practicing. Thought you ought to know. He fainted. The hall erupted. Harry, who had risen with the rest of the Gryffindor first years, stopped halfway up. He looked, very calmly, at Quirrell. Quirrell, on the floor, was breathing in a manner that was, Harry filed it, extremely controlled, for a man who had just fainted. He looked at the staff table. Snape was not at the staff table. Snape had stood up, Harry had glimpsed him, and had moved towards a side door at unusual speed. Dumbledore had risen to his feet and was issuing instructions. McGonagall was herding Hufflepuffs. The voice in Harry's head said, "That, my boy, is what we call a misdirection." Harry agreed. Then he remembered Hermione. Hermione had not been at dinner. Hermione had been crying, in a girl's bathroom, ever since lunchtime, because Ron, who was now standing next to him with a chicken leg in his hand, stricken, had said something cruel about her in Charms class. Harry had not been there. He had heard about it after. Harry grabbed Ron's elbow. "Hermione," he said. "What?" "She doesn't know." Ron stopped. Ron's face went the color of the pumpkins. Ron, to his credit, did not argue. They peeled away from the Gryffindor line in the chaos. They ran. The bathroom was a long way away. They got there. They got there at the same moment as a smell like rotting socks soaked in old kitchen water, that turned the corner of the corridor a heartbeat before its owner did. 12 feet of gray, knobbly, glistening troll. It was carrying a club. The club was the size of a tree. The troll was looking at the door of the girl's bathroom with the slow blunt curiosity of a man who has decided, against all advice, to investigate a noise. Inside the bathroom, very faintly, Harry heard a small horrified squeak. Hermione. The voice in his head, very quietly, said, "Showtime." Harry stepped forward. Ron, beside him, made a noise. "Harry, no, Harry, Harry, are you mental, Harry, Ron," Harry said, without looking at him. "I love you. Stay there. Throw something heavy at its head when I tell you." "Throw, what, anything?" Harry walked into the corridor. He clapped his hands. The clap echoed off the wet stone walls. The troll's head, slow, turned. "Hi," Harry said. "Hello. Up here." "Hi. That's right." The troll lifted its club. Harry, who had read all the way to chapter 6 of the defensive spells book on the train, which had warned that trolls were resistant to most charms, did not raise his wand. He kept his hands open. Empty. Visible. He smiled. It was not a small smile. "You don't want to be here," he said, in the conversational tone of a man giving a horse some reasonable advice. "You really don't. There's nothing in that bathroom for you. There's nothing in this corridor for you. You've been put here by someone clever, and you're going to take the blame for it, and I really do think, you ought to consider walking away." The troll, who could not understand a word of English, lowered its club a fraction of an inch. Then, because trolls do not respond to reason, it raised it again and swung. Harry stepped, neatly, to one side. The club hit the wall. Stone exploded. Dust rose. In the dust, Harry, with the wand in his right hand, pointed it at the bathroom door and shouted, "Alohomora." The door clicked open. "Hermione, out," he shouted. Hermione, wide-eyed, white-faced, brown-haired, came through the door at speed and stopped because there was a troll. She made a noise. The troll turned towards her. Harry, left hand, took, from his pocket, a chocolate frog he had been saving since the train. He threw it. It hit the troll square in the eye and exploded into a small wriggling chocolate amphibian that immediately scrambled across the troll's face and into its left nostril. The troll bellowed. "Ron!" Harry called. "Anything heavy, please." Ron, to whom Harry had spoken 5 seconds earlier and had not expected actually to deliver, raised his wand and shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa." The troll's club rose, very slowly, up into the air. The troll, stunned by chocolate up the nose, looked up at its own club. The club hovered for a long moment, while Ron, face screwed up, sweat on his forehead, concentrated. The club fell. The troll fell. The corridor, after a moment of profound silence, smelled even worse than before. Hermione, against the bathroom doorframe, said, in a very small voice, "Oh." Harry, standing in the rubble, with a wand in his right hand and a half-eaten chocolate frog wrapper in his left, turned to Ron. "Ron Weasley," he said, gravely. "That was the finest spell." That was art, Ron. Magnificent." McGonagall arrived at speed. So did Snape. So did Quirrell, who was wringing his hands and making little distressed noises. McGonagall took in the troll, the rubble, the open door, the 3 first years, the chocolate frog and now climbing up Ron's robe, and went the color of bone china. What on earth? Hermione, before any of them could say a word, stepped forward. "Please, Professor, it was my fault." McGonagall looked at her. "My fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them, I thought I could handle one, I was wrong. Harry and Ron came after me to stop me, and they saved my life. If they hadn't come when they did, I'd be dead now." There was a long pause. McGonagall looked at Harry. McGonagall looked at Ron. McGonagall looked at Hermione. McGonagall said, "Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own? 5 points from Gryffindor for this. I am very disappointed in you. If you are not hurt at all, you had better get off to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses." Hermione left. McGonagall, after a beat, turned to Harry and Ron. "Well, in that case, I must say you were lucky. Not many first years could have taken on a fully grown mountain troll and lived to tell the tale. 5 points will be awarded to each of you. For sheer dumb luck." She left. Snape's eyes lingered on Harry for a long beat. Snape's eyes flicked to Quirrell. Snape's eyes flicked back to Harry. Snape, very slowly, with the air of a man re-evaluating a chess position, walked away. Quirrell scuttled after him. Harry watched them go. Ron said, did Hermione just lie? To a teacher. For us. She did. For us. Yes. Bloody hell. Harry laughed once, low, into the empty corridor. The laugh had the gravel back in it. "Ron," he said. "We have a friend." There was, before all this, the matter of the broomsticks. Madam Hooch took the first years out onto the lawn for their first flying lesson on a windy afternoon at the end of September. The brooms were lined up on the grass like a row of polite questions. Madam Hooch had eyes like a hawk's and a voice that did not require amplification. She told them to stand by their brooms. She told them to put their hands over them and say up. The brooms responded variously. Hermione's twitched. Neville's rolled over. Draco Malfoy's flew up smartly, because Draco was the kind of boy who had been on a broom since the day he could walk, and it showed. Harry, who had never been on a broom, held his hand over his and said, "Up." The broom leapt into his palm. He had not expected it. He looked at it for a moment with the slightly affronted expression of a man who has been handed an instrument he did not realize wanted to be played by him. The broom, and he would later swear to this, vibrated. "Oh," he thought. "Oh yes," the voice agreed, with sudden bright interest. Madam Hooch came down the line. She was 3 students away when Neville, panicking at the prospect of being good at something, kicked off his broom too early. The broom shot upward in a way Neville had not consented to and bucked. Neville fell. He fell from 20 feet. He hit the grass. He broke his wrist with the wet cloth sound of a small twig giving way. Madam Hooch ran. Madam Hooch told the rest of them to stay on the ground or be expelled. Madam Hooch escorted Neville off, white-faced, to the hospital wing. Draco picked something up out of the grass. A small glass ball, Neville's remembrall, which his grandmother had sent him that morning. Draco grinned. Draco said something Harry did not entirely catch. Draco mounted his broom and rose into the air. Harry looked at the broom in his hand. He looked up at Draco. He looked at the rule he had just been given, very clearly, by Madam Hooch. He looked down at the broom again. "Oh, what a tricky moral question this is," the voice said, with vast amusement. He kicked off. He had never been on a broom before. He should have wobbled. He should have screamed. He did neither. The wind hit his face and he laughed, helplessly, because he was flying, because some part of him had been waiting his whole life to be released into the air and the cupboard had been such a small unkind container for it, and because Draco Malfoy was 20 feet away with a remembrall in his hand and the most insufferable smile on a child Harry had ever seen. "Give it here, Malfoy. Catch it, then, if you can." Draco threw it. Harry, without thinking, without planning, without deciding, went into a vertical dive, 20 feet straight down, with the small glass ball ahead of him, and caught it an inch from the grass, and pulled out of the dive, and landed on his feet, and stood in the wind on the lawn with the remembrall in his fist. Hermione, on the ground, made a sound of pure horror. The whole class was staring. McGonagall came across the lawn at a speed McGonagall did not normally permit herself. Potter. Harry, polite, turned. Yes, Professor. Come with me. Now. He went. He was aware, behind him, of Ron's voice making a sound of impending doom, of Hermione's voice making a sound of furious vindication, of Draco Malfoy's face, which had assumed an expression of unconvincing gloating that did not entirely cover how much he was about to be in trouble for what had not happened to him. McGonagall walked him through the corridors so fast he almost had to jog. She did not speak. Harry, beside her, made his face still. He prepared internally for whatever speech she was about to give, and thought, with mild interest, that he had been at school for less than a month and had already managed to be expelled. That, the voice in his head observed, would set a record. McGonagall stopped outside a classroom door. She put her head in. "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, may I borrow Wood for a moment?" Wood, it turned out, was a fifth-year boy with a strong jaw and the broad shoulders of a person who was about to be told the best news of his year. In the corridor, McGonagall looked at Wood, and at Harry, and back at Wood. "Potter," she said, "Oliver Wood. Wood, I found you a seeker." Wood's face went through several expressions in quick succession, the last of which was almost religious. Harry, who had been preparing for expulsion, and who had now been recruited for a Quidditch position he did not understand for a sport he had never played, managed, with great effort, to keep his face still. "Professor," he said, mildly. "I thought I was about to be expelled." "Don't be ridiculous, Potter," McGonagall said. "I am not going to expel a child for finding a useful application for a broom on the first attempt. I am, however, going to enforce the rule, in your case, by requiring you to play Quidditch at the highest level of competition this school can offer. We will see how you like rules then." Wood, who had not stopped grinning, said, "I have to find him a broom, Professor, first years aren't allowed. I'll write to Dumbledore," McGonagall said. "I'll see if we can't bend the rule for an exceptional case." She looked at Harry sideways. "Your father, Potter, would be very proud. He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." Harry, who had not known this, held the Remembrall in his hand and felt it warm there, and did not say anything for a moment. Then he said, "Thank you, Professor. Don't make me regret it, Potter." "I'll try not to." She walked him back to class. In his head, very softly, the voice said, "And so, Mr. Potter, you have been expelled. Into a sport." Harry laughed once, behind his teeth, all the way back to the lawn. There are people you live next to for years and never know. There are people you fight a troll with, on a Tuesday in October, and you know them for the rest of your life. By the time the three of them sat together by the common room fire that night, with hot chocolate from a kitchen the twins had told them about, with Hermione apologizing to Ron for something Ron was now apologizing for, with Ron's cheeks pink and Hermione's hair full of plaster dust and Harry sprawled in the best armchair like a small king of nothing, by the time they went up to bed, very late, with the fire dying behind them, they were a we. They had not been one in the morning. They were one now. The voice in Harry's head, on the way up to the dormitory, said, and the joke was, they thought he'd be alone. Harry, climbing the spiral staircase with one hand on the banister and the other on the wand in his pocket, smiled. He did not laugh. This one, he was keeping for himself. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Mirror and the Stone. By November Harry had a Nimbus 2000 and a position on the Gryffindor Quidditch team and the slightly stunned attention of every other house at the school, all of whom were trying to work out whether McGonagall had lost her mind or whether McGonagall had quietly identified the most dangerous seeker the school would see in 50 years and was tucking him away in her own pocket. The first match was against Slytherin. The morning of the match Harry ate 3 pieces of toast, no eggs, no bacon, no anything else, because Wood had given him, the night before, a list of foods suitable for a seeker on match day, and the list had been 3 pages long and Harry, who liked Wood, in a vaguely confused way, the way one likes a friendly spaniel that has decided you are a sheep, had accepted the list with grave courtesy and then ignored most of it. In the changing room Wood was giving the speech. "This is a tough one. The toughest. But we have a seeker," said Fred or George. "Who is 11, said the other twin. "Who has never played Quidditch in his life," said Fred or George. "Who might be the best one of us has ever seen." "No pressure, Harry. None at all. You'll be fantastic. Or you'll die. Either way, we'll be famous." Harry, who was tying his bracer, laughed. The Weasley twins had the rare gift of being useful with their humor, in that they could see when a person needed to be wound up and when a person needed to be reminded that the world was, in the end, ridiculous. Harry, in their company, felt seen. He clapped Wood on the shoulder. "I'll be all right, Oliver." "You really will?" "Yes." "You promise?" "I promise. I'm an exceptionally lucky person. The universe wouldn't dare." Wood, who had played Quidditch under several captains and several sets of seekers, looked at him for a long moment. Then Wood, who was not, on the whole, an emotionally complicated man, said, "Right. Yes. Right. Off we go." Quidditch, Harry discovered roughly 30 seconds after kickoff, was not a sport. It was a piece of theater done with sticks and bats and balls and gravity. There was a crowd, screaming. There was a narration, by a boy named Lee Jordan, whom McGonagall kept telling to narrate and not to commentate on individual players' faces. There was Slytherin seeker, Higgs, who had eyes like a snake and a broom that was almost as good as Harry's. There were bludgers, which were dense iron balls that a person had decided, sometime in the 11th century, ought to be encouraged to fly around at lethal speed in the middle of the game. Harry rose above the action. He hovered. He watched. He watched the way Higgs flew. Higgs flew the way a businessman drives a fast car, efficiently, without joy, with a certain self-conscious awareness of being watched. Harry, who had observed Vernon Dursley for 11 years, recognized the type. Higgs was a man who would always look the right way slightly too late. The snitch appeared at the far end of the pitch. Harry saw it. Higgs did not. Harry, with a small bright smile, turned his broom, gently, as if mildly bored, and began to circle in entirely the wrong direction. Higgs followed him. Half the Slytherin stands shouted at Higgs. Higgs, baffled, tried to follow Harry's eyes. Harry's eyes were on the empty space beyond the goal posts. Higgs followed the eyes. The snitch, at the other end, behind Higgs, moved. Harry waited. He waited. He waited until Higgs had committed entirely to the wrong end of the pitch. Then Harry's broom, which was a Nimbus 2000, and which had been built for moments like this, flipped over once in mid-air and shot, the long way down the pitch, with Harry flat against the handle, faster than Higgs could turn. The snitch dipped. Harry dipped. The snitch ducked behind a goal post. Harry ducked. The snitch, and this is the part that Lee Jordan would replay in a pensieve for years, went upwards, fast, in a vertical line, and Harry's broom went up after it like a small reasoned argument with gravity, and the crowd's noise reached the strange flat ceiling that crowd noise reaches when 10,000 people stop breathing. Then his broom kicked. It did not kick the way a broom kicks. It bucked. It twisted under him. It tried, with the calm dispassionate hostility of an inanimate object that had been told to do this, to throw him. Harry held on. In the stands, Hermione, who would tell him about it later, fiercely, was already on her feet, looking frantically at the staff table. Hermione, who had not a single fact in her head about Quidditch on September 1st, had become a connoisseur of broomstick failure modes by November the 3rd, because Hermione's mind worked that way. Hermione's eyes landed on Snape. Snape was not blinking. Snape was muttering. Snape was staring at Harry's broom. Hermione made a decision. By the time Snape's robes had caught fire, small blue flames at the hem, neat, almost surgical, Snape had broken eye contact with the broom and was, with great dignity, beating the fire out with a program. Above them, the broom steadied. Harry, who had been holding on with both hands, swung back upright. The snitch, which had hovered politely, as if waiting, was a yard away from his face. He reached. He lost his grip on the broom. He fell forward. He grabbed the broom with his knees. He clamped his mouth around the snitch. He landed on the pitch coughing and spitting and holding the snitch out in his hand. The crowd, which had not breathed for almost 3 minutes, breathed. Lee Jordan, in the commentator's box, screamed something that McGonagall later refused to allow into the school records. The twins picked Harry up bodily and carried him off the pitch on their shoulders. Harry, 6 feet up, looked down at the field, at the pitch, at the crowd, at Snape, who had now sat down again, and laughed in a way he had not been able to in years. The laugh was huge and helpless and warm and had a little of his father's voice in it that he did not know he was giving back. Hermione, on the way to Hagrid's hut with Ron afterwards, said, in a low furious voice, "Snape was hexing your broom. I saw him." Harry, who had also seen Snape, said, "Probably." Ron said, "Snape hates you." Harry, who had also realized this, said, "Probably." Hermione, with the air of a person who has been carrying a piece of evidence for an hour and refuses to go a step further without depositing it, added, "He was muttering, Harry. The whole time. He never blinked. I saw him." Harry stopped walking. He looked at her. She had a hank of hair coming out of her plait and her cheeks were pink and her eyes, Hermione's eyes were a sort of rich brown, he had not really noticed until that moment, were very wide and very serious. "Hermione." "Yes. I believe you." "You, what?" "I believe you." She blinked. She had been ready for an argument. She had no protocol for being believed. "Oh. That doesn't mean it was Snape." "What?" "It means somebody was hexing my broom." The Snape muttering, yes, it might have been Snape. Or it might have been Snape countering something. He has been, peculiar, hasn't he? Towards me. Watching. He hates you, Ron offered, helpfully. Yes. But hate is not the same as attack. He could have killed me 20 different ways in his classroom and chose not to. I think Snape watches me. I don't think Snape, today, was the man with the wand. Then who? Harry, who had filed Quirrell on the train, on the platform, in the leaky cauldron, in the Halloween Great Hall, and again now, did not say a name aloud. He said, "Someone who's also watching." Then he turned to Hagrid's hut and changed the subject, because subjects, he had learned, did not always need to be finished in front of an audience. The audience could be told later, when they could be useful. The library, in late November, smelled of beeswax and old paper and tea. Hermione had a pile of books in front of her 3 feet high and was making notes with a quill held the wrong way, because she had not yet figured out the angle. Ron was asleep with his cheek on a charms book. Harry was reading, in a leisurely fashion, a passage in Modern Magical Lives that mentioned, incidentally, in a footnote, a man called Nicholas Flamel. The name Flamel had appeared, exactly once, in the Hogwarts grounds in the past 3 months. It had appeared on a chocolate frog card. It had appeared in conjunction with the word alchemist. It had appeared because Dumbledore had been on the other side of the card and Flamel was Dumbledore's only known partner. Harry had been carrying the card in his pocket for 2 weeks. He had not told Ron and Hermione. He had wanted, first, to see what other doors the name unlocked. He read the footnote. He read it again. Then he closed the book, very gently, set it aside, slid the chocolate frog card across the table to Hermione, and tapped Flamel's name with one finger. Hermione, who could read a card and grasp a clue at the speed of a charging horse, was on her feet inside 30 seconds. She came back 10 minutes later with a book the size of a paving slab. "Nicholas Flamel," she announced, in the slightly breathless whisper she reserved for facts she had personally rescued, is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Ron, who had woken up and was wiping a small line of drool off his chin, said, "Bloody hell. The stone produces the elixir of life. And turns any metal into pure gold. Bloody hell. It's 665 years old. Bloody, it's also," Harry said, very quietly, into the silence after Ron's third bloody hell, the small pouch the size of a fist that Hagrid took out of Vault 713 at Gringotts on the day I got my wand. The vault that was broken into on the same day, at exactly the time we had already left. Hermione's eyes went very large. Ron's eyes went very large. Hagrid had told them, in October, that Fluffy, the three-headed dog living on the third floor, was guarding something for someone who had also borrowed his help. Harry had not pressed. Hagrid was the kind of man who, if not pressed, would tell you everything by accident. Hagrid had told them, in November, that the someone was Dumbledore. Now, with Hermione's book open between them and a chocolate frog card on top of it and an empty common room around them at 1 in the morning, Harry rolled all the pieces over in his mind. A stone, in the school. A vault break-in. A teacher with a turban that smelled of garlic and a stutter that came and went. A scar that hurt every time the teacher passed him in a corridor. A broom that bucked under him. A Halloween troll that had got into a school full of wizards by walking, very politely, through the front door while everyone was eating. He smiled. It was not a small smile. And the joke was, he murmured, mostly to himself, that he thinks none of us is paying attention. Ron and Hermione looked at him. What? Nothing. Strategy meeting, 2 o'clock, by the lake. Bring snacks. It's December. Bring warm snacks. The mirror found him by accident. He had gone wandering in the corridors after curfew because Filch had been after him for a sneeze in the library and he had ducked into the wrong door. The wrong door had opened into a wrong room. The wrong room had a mirror in it. The mirror had, around its top, words he could not read at first because they were carved upside down. Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. He read them backwards, very slowly. He read them forwards. Then, like the eye that has just seen the picture in a stereogram, he read them as a sentence in a mirror. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He took a breath. He stepped in front of the mirror. He looked. There were 2 people in the mirror behind him. A man with messy black hair and round glasses, stood with his hand on Harry's shoulder. A woman with red hair to her shoulders, stood with her arm linked through the man's. Harry, very slowly, lifted a hand. The woman lifted her hand too. He pressed his palm flat against the cold glass. She pressed her palm against his, on her side of it, with an expression Harry had no rational reason to recognize but did anyway. It was the expression of a mother who has been waiting to see her son. He sat down on the floor in front of the mirror. He sat down because his knees stopped working. He looked at her. He looked at the man. He looked at all the people who, behind them in the mirror, had now gathered, his grandparents, perhaps, his great-grandparents, an uncle with the same chin, a small woman with his jaw and red hair like his mother's, a long unbroken line of family who had not been allowed to have him, and whom he had not been allowed to have, and who were all standing now, in a glass that did not exist, on the other side of an evening in December. The voice in his head, for the first time in a long time, was completely silent. Harry sat in front of the mirror of Erist for 3 hours. He did not laugh. He did not cry. He did not, exactly, do anything. He sat. He looked. He memorized the man's smile. He memorized the woman's hand. He memorized the way the man's hand sat on his own shoulder, the weight of it, the angle. Eventually, a soft voice from behind him said, "Back again, Harry." Harry, who had not heard anyone come in, turned. Dumbledore was sitting on a desk against the wall, his legs swinging gently like a much smaller man's. Dumbledore had presumably been there for some time. "Sir. I see that you, like so many before you, have discovered the delights of the mirror of Erist. The mirror of Erist. Yes. Can you think what it does? Harry looked back at the glass. It shows me my family. It shows you the deepest, most desperate desire of your heart. You, who have never known your family, see them standing around you. Ronald Weasley, who has always been overshadowed by his brothers, sees himself standing alone, the best of all of them. However, this mirror will give us neither knowledge nor truth. Men have wasted away before it, even gone mad, not knowing if what it showed was real or even possible. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry. I ask you not to go looking for it again. If you ever do come across it, you will now be prepared. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Harry looked up at him. Sir, what do you see when you look in it? Dumbledore smiled, in a way that was at once warm and not entirely an answer. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. One can never have enough socks. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People will insist on giving me books. There was a small pause. Then Harry, who had been raised by Vernon Dursley, laughed. It was a small laugh. It was a quiet laugh. It was the laugh of a boy who had recognized, for the first time, the sound of an adult lying kindly, to protect a private grief, with the same little dance Harry himself had been dancing for 11 years. He looked at Dumbledore. He looked back at the mirror. He looked at Dumbledore again. That was a wonderful lie, sir. Dumbledore's eyes, behind the half-moon glasses, did a small startled thing. Dumbledore, very slowly, smiled in a different way. It was a smaller, more private, more delighted smile. My boy, he said. I think you will be very interesting indeed. By the time Easter came, the trio had a theory of the case. By the time exams ended, they had a plan. By the time a certain Hagrid had let slip, in a pub in Hogsmeade, that the way to get past Fluffy was to play music, they had the last piece. By the time they discovered that all the teachers had been called away at the same time on a wild goose chase invented by a stranger in a hood, they were running. They were 3 first-years, in slippers, in a corridor, with a flute Hagrid had whittled for Christmas and a cloak of invisibility Harry's father had once owned and a wand each. It should have been ridiculous. It was, in fact, ridiculous. Harry was aware of the ridiculousness with the same warm, focused attention with which a comedian is aware of his stage. The ridiculousness, he had realized, was not a problem. The ridiculousness was a cover. The ridiculousness was the spinning hand the audience was watching, while the other hand was in the right pocket, drawing out the thing that mattered. They got past Fluffy. The devil's snare almost ate Ron, until Hermione conjured a bright blue light and Ron fell out of it and into the next room, swearing splendidly. The flying keys obeyed Harry, because Harry on a broom now obeyed himself, and there was nothing in the air that would not. The chess set was Ron's, who walked into it with a grim slow grace and offered himself as a sacrifice and won the game. Ron, who had been dismissed his whole life as the comedy sidekick, won the game. Harry, helping Hermione lift the unconscious Ron's head off the board, said, Ron. Ron, you magnificent man, and meant every word. The troll was already unconscious. The potions in the next room were Hermione's puzzle, and Hermione solved them inside 5 minutes and then said, in a small frightened voice, Harry, only one of us can go forward. He kissed her on the forehead. He had not meant to. It was the kind of thing his mother had probably done to his father once, in a war, in a corridor like this. He gave it back without knowing where he had got it. Tell Dumbledore, he said. Send Hedwig. Harry, Hermione. I love you. Run. She ran. The mirror was in the last room. He should have known it would be. The man in front of the mirror was Quirrell. Quirrell, in his turban, was muttering at the glass. Quirrell turned when Harry entered, and Quirrell did not stutter. You. I should have known. I am, of course, never wrong about people. Sorry, Harry said, polite, hands in his pockets. I think I have a slight quarrel with that. You've spent 6 months being wrong about everyone. Quirrell's mouth, when he was not stuttering, had a thin sharp line. I expected Snape, Quirrell said. I expected Snape too. I think Snape expected Snape. Snape's been very confused all year. He thought you were trying to kill me. I think he's been hexing you back. Quirrell, startled, briefly, laughed. The laugh was not a nice laugh. It had nothing of Harry's gravelly bottom note. It was thin and bright and ungrounded. Snape! How could I fear Snape, when I have my master with me? He turned his back on Harry. He began to unwind the turban. The voice in Harry's head, very quietly, said, "Oh, this is a delightful theatrical reveal. Watch the face." Harry watched the face. The turban came off. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been, there was a face. It was thin. It was white. It was awful. It had 2 slits for nostrils, and red eyes, and a mouth that did not belong on a human being. Harry Potter, whispered the face. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body. But there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me. These past weeks, you saw faithful Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Harry, very calmly, said, Voldemort. The face's eyes flicked. It was a small flick. It was, perhaps, less than half a second. But Harry, who had spent 11 years watching faces for the small moments in which they betrayed themselves, caught it. The most dangerous wizard alive had flinched at his own name. From a first year. Harry, and he could not, would not, did not stop himself, laughed. He laughed in the deep underground room with the mirror of Eriste at his back and the face of the man who had killed his parents in front of him, and the laugh was the gravelly one, the cupboard one, the inheritance, the sound of a soul that had decided long ago that the best way to face the absolute worst was to point and grin. You're afraid of your own name, he said. I've been told for a year. I didn't believe it. I thought it was a metaphor. No, I thought, no, the Dark Lord cannot be afraid of his own name, that would be ridiculous, it would be the most pathetic thing a man could be afraid of, no surely it's, ceremonial. And here we are. Voldemort. Voldemort. You twitched. You twitched. Quirrell's whole body was trembling now. The face of Voldemort, on the back of his head, had taken on a color that was not in any normal palette. Kill him. Voldemort hissed. Kill him. Quirrell turned. Quirrell raised his hands. Quirrell lunged. Harry, who had spent 11 years dodging Vernon Dursley's slow heavy reach in a small kitchen, moved. Quirrell's fingers closed around Harry's wrist. Quirrell screamed. His hand, where it touched Harry's skin, blistered. It cracked. It crumbled, like dry pastry. Quirrell, staring at his own hand, stumbled back. Quirrell screamed again. Quirrell came at him a second time, with the grim mad fury of a man who has been ordered. Harry, for the first time, understood something. He did not have a wand spell that would stop a possessed teacher at point blank. He did not have a defensive incantation to throw. He had, and here is the joke, himself. He had a body the touch of which dissolved the man like seawater on a slug. He had, also, his mother. The realization arrived fully formed. It was her. It was her hands. It was her dying. It was the love she had walked into the room with, 11 years ago. He had been wearing it ever since. He had been armored in it. He stepped forward into Quirrell's grasp. He took Quirrell by the face with both hands. He held on. Quirrell's screaming went up to a pitch and then stopped. The last thing Harry saw, before the dark came down, was the face of Voldemort lifting off Quirrell's neck like a black smoke. The smoke twisted in the air. The smoke looked at him. Harry, even falling, even dying, and he knew, dying, winked at it. "See you next time," he thought, and laughed, and went out. He woke up in the hospital wing. Sunlight on white sheets. Dumbledore on a chair by the bed. Sweets on the bedside table, every flavor and every brand, in a small glittering pyramid. "Tokens from your friends and admirers," Dumbledore said, mildly. "What happened down in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is a complete secret, so, naturally, the whole school knows." Harry took stock. He had a headache. He had a slightly stiff arm. He had a great deal more to live for than he had 3 days ago. "Sir," he said. "Yes, my boy." "He's not gone." "No. He's a vapor. He'll come back." "Yes. And next time he'll be ready for me. And you will be ready for him." Harry looked up at the ceiling. He smiled. It was a small smile. It was a real smile. It was a smile that, for the first time, he was perfectly comfortable having Dumbledore see. "Sir. Are you ready for him?" Dumbledore, who had, perhaps, been waiting for that question for 50 years, did not answer at once. When he did, all he said was, "I have been preparing, Harry, for longer than you have been alive." Harry, with great satisfaction, ate a chocolate frog. The voice in his head, very quietly, said, "You and me both, old man." Christmas at Hogwarts was the first Christmas Harry had ever had. He was aware of this in a small, faintly amused way, as he was aware of most facts about himself. He did not let it become large. He had grown up watching Dudley unwrap a great many presents while he, in the corner, sorted laundry, and he had developed the conviction that Christmas was a holiday the universe had run out of stock for and forgot to reorder. He had been wrong. He woke on Christmas morning to a small heap of parcels at the foot of his bed. He stared at them for a long time before touching any of them. Ron, in the next bed, snorted in his sleep and rolled over. The dormitory was quiet. Outside the window, snow was falling in the slow, polite manner of snow that knows it has all day. Harry, with the careful curiosity of a man approaching an unexploded ordnance, picked up the smallest parcel. It was from the Dursleys. It was a 50-pence piece. He weighed it in his palm, considered it, and laughed once into the silence. It was, in its way, a small jewel of comedy, the kind of present that took genuine effort to compose. The next was from Hagrid, a wooden flute, hand-whittled, a little uneven, with a note that said "Made it myself, Harry." Hagrid. Harry blew on it. It produced a sound like an owl with a cold. He loved it immediately. The next was from Hermione, a box of chocolate frogs. Practical. Forward-thinking. Hermione, he thought, fondly. The next was from Mrs. Weasley, a heavy lumpy parcel that turned out to contain a hand-knitted jumper, in emerald green, with a large gold H on the front, and a tin of homemade fudge. He held the jumper for a moment. He had never owned a piece of clothing that someone had made specifically for him. He put it on. It fitted. He felt, briefly, like a boy in a story. The last present did not have a name on it. It was wrapped in a thin brown paper. The note inside, in narrow looping handwriting, said, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry unwrapped it. A river of cloth poured out, silver, fluid, gleaming the way moonlight gleams on water. He held it up. It went on forever. He pulled it around his shoulders. He looked down. His feet were not there. His legs were not there. His chest, his arms, his hands, all gone. He lifted the hood. He went to the dormitory mirror. There was no boy in the mirror. Harry, very softly, said, "Oh." Then, because he was Harry, and because the cupboard voice had been waiting all morning, he laughed. He laughed under the cloak and the laugh came out of nowhere visible and he laughed harder. He pulled the hood off. He was a head, floating in the dormitory mirror, with the laugh still on it. Ron, woken at last, sat up, looked at the floating head of his best friend in the mirror, and said, "Mate. Don't ever do that to me before I've had breakfast." He used the cloak twice that night. The first time he used it to slip down to the kitchens with Fred and George, who had a private arrangement with the house elves, and bring back 5 dozen mince pies for the common room. The second time he used it to slip out alone, after midnight, because he had wanted, very much, to walk the empty castle by himself. He had spent 11 years in a cupboard. He had a great deal of empty walking to do. That was the night he found the mirror. That was the night he sat in front of the mirror. That was the night that has already been told. He went back to it the next night anyway. He went back to it every night for a week. He went back to it knowing that Dumbledore had asked him not to. He went back to it anyway. He sat on the cold floor under the cloak and he looked at the woman with red hair, and the man with messy black hair and round glasses, and the long line of family behind them, and he memorized them, every night, the way a man memorizes the face of a friend he is about to leave for a war. It was on the 7th night that Dumbledore had found him there. It was on the 7th night that Dumbledore had told him about the lie of socks. It was on the 7th night that Harry had said that was a wonderful lie, sir, and Dumbledore had looked at him in a way that, Harry would understand much later, was the look of an old man recognizing something. The mirror was moved. Harry did not see it again. But he kept its inhabitants. He carried them, after that, in a small steady room of his own internal house, the way other boys carried photographs in lockets. Spring at Hogwarts was a series of accidents that turned out, in retrospect, to have been pieces of the same puzzle. Hagrid won a dragon's egg in a pub from a hooded stranger who would not show his face, and the stranger had asked Hagrid, in the way of a man making polite conversation, exactly how to get past the giant 3-headed dog Hagrid had personally trained. Hagrid had been so delighted at being asked technical questions about Fluffy that he had told the stranger everything. Harry had not been impressed with the stranger's subtlety. The stranger, plainly, had decided that Hagrid was a tool best worked with the blunt end. The dragon, christened Norbert, was smuggled out of the school at midnight by Charlie Weasley's friends from Romania, with the help of 1 invisibility cloak and 3 wildly incompetent first-years, and Filch caught Harry and Hermione coming back without it, because they had left the cloak at the top of the astronomy tower in their relief and had walked back down the stairs visible. Detention in the Forbidden Forest was Hagrid's, because Hagrid had to investigate something that was killing unicorns. He took them in with him. They saw it. A hooded figure, kneeling over a unicorn's body, drinking the silver blood. The figure looked up. Harry's scar, for the first time in months, set itself on fire. He did not faint. He bit through the inside of his cheek to keep from crying out. He stayed standing in the dark with the taste of his own blood in his mouth, and the figure rose, and the figure flew at him, and a centaur, very large, very politely angry, galloped between them and drove the figure off. The centaur was called Forenza. The centaur knelt to let Harry mount his back. The centaur, on the long walk back to Hagrid's hut, said, in a voice like a reasonable wind, "Do you know what unicorn blood is used for, Harry Potter?" "No, sir." "It is a monstrous thing, to slay a unicorn. Only one who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain, would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips." "Mr. Forenza," Harry said, "who would do that?" Forenza was quiet for a long moment. "Can you think of nobody?" Harry was quiet for the rest of the ride. He thought about Voldemort. He thought about a man broken to vapor, kept alive by a service of small horrors, drinking the blood of unicorns from the floor of a forest while a boy grew up in a cupboard. He thought, with a coldness that was new to him, that whatever else this man might be, fearsome, brilliant, terrible, he was, in the end, also small. He was the kind of man who had been reduced to thieving from horses. The thought arrived, the thought stayed, and the thought, in time, became a tool. The night they went down through the trapdoor, the night of Fluffy and the harp and the devil's snare and the chess, was the night every other piece of the puzzle slotted home. Quirrell had bet, all year, that the school would be too easy to fool. Quirrell had been almost right. Quirrell had not quite reckoned on a first year who had spent 11 years in a cupboard learning to read the weather of small rooms. He had not quite reckoned on Hermione. He had not quite reckoned, in the end, on a mother's love that lay across a boy's skin like a coat of acid for anyone who reached for him with the wrong intent. The end-of-year feast was the kind of theater that vindicated, in one slow rolling moment, an entire year of small Slytherin gloating. The hall was decorated in green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup, by something like 300 points, after 7 years of uninterrupted dominance, and they were prepared to enjoy this for a very long time. Then Dumbledore stood up at the staff table. "Yes, yes, well done, Slytherin," he said. "Recent events, though, must be taken into account. I have a few last-minute points to dish out. Let me see. Yes, first, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 50 points." Ron's face went the color of his hair, then through several other colors. "Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor 50 points." Hermione, sitting beside Harry, made a small soundless noise and put her face in her hands. "Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 60 points." The hall did the slow arithmetic. "And finally, it takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom." Neville, who had been nearly invisible in his own house for an entire year, turned the color of his trousers and was buried by the boys around him in a small enthusiastic avalanche. The Slytherin tables had stopped clapping. The Slytherin tables, in fact, had stopped breathing. Snape, on the staff table, was the color of a coffin lining. Dumbledore, with a small flick of his wand, changed the banners. The green and silver became scarlet and gold. The serpent on the wall behind the staff table became a lion. The Gryffindor tables erupted. Harry, in the middle of it, with Hermione on one side of him and Ron on the other and a dozen seventh years thumping his back from behind, looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore, behind his half-moon glasses, was watching him. Harry, very small, raised his glass. Dumbledore, very small, raised his. Snape's eyes met Harry's at the same moment. Snape did not raise anything. Snape only looked at him for a long flat second. Snape's expression said, quite clearly, "I see you. I do not yet know what you are. But I am not done watching." Harry, polite, inclined his head an inch. Snape, and Harry would have sworn this on a stack of potions textbooks, inclined his head back an eighth of an inch. The voice in Harry's head, very softly, said, "That, my boy, was a man giving us a draw. Take it. We'll take a draw." The train south was full of trunks and laughter and a kind of warm, sad summer end smell. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and watched the green of the Highlands turn slowly into the green of the South. He had a Quidditch trophy at his feet. He had 2 friends. He had a snowy owl in a cage. He had a cloak in his trunk that had once been his father's. He had, and this was the strangest one, a year. A whole year. Done. Survived. 1. The train pulled into King's Cross. The platform filled with families. Mrs. Weasley hugged him as if he was her own son and told him to write. Hermione hugged him and made him promise to use a phone. Ron looked, for 1 second, like he might cry, and Harry, very kindly, did not let him notice that he had noticed. Vernon was at the barrier. Vernon's neck was already its second-best color. Vernon glared at Hedwig. Harry, walking towards him with his trolley, thought, with a small bright satisfaction, Uncle Vernon. You don't know it yet. But I have a wand. He kept his face perfectly arranged. He laughed, small, into his collar, once, all the way to the car. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Diary and the Snake. The summer at Privet Drive had a new texture this time. Harry had a wand, which he could not legally use, in a trunk, which he could not legally open, and a snowy owl in a cage which Vernon had insisted be locked because vermin, and several months of homework which had to be smuggled out from under the floorboard he had pried up the second night. The arrangement was, in Harry's professional opinion, ideal. He had spent 11 years smuggling things in and out of a cupboard. Smuggling things in and out of a slightly larger room with a window was a promotion. He did all his homework in the first month. He read his second-year textbooks in the second. He waited. The waiting was the part Vernon had not expected. Vernon had expected sulking. Vernon had expected truculence. Vernon had expected, perhaps, breakages. Vernon got a polite 11-going-on-12-year-old who said yes, Uncle Vernon, and no, Aunt Petunia, and of course, Dudley, who set the table without being asked, who weeded the rose bed, and who, every evening, sat on the bed in the smallest spare room reading books bound in green leather, with the door open and his face perfectly composed. Vernon found this, after about 6 weeks, deeply unsettling. Harry had not done it on purpose. He had done it because waiting was easier than the alternative. But when he noticed Vernon's growing unease, the way Vernon's eyes flicked sideways at him over the morning paper, the way Vernon began to clear his throat unnecessarily at meals, Harry began, very subtly, to lean into it. He started smiling at Vernon. Not insolently. Pleasantly. The smile of a young man who knew something Vernon did not, and was being polite about it. By the end of July, Vernon had started to flinch when Harry passed him in a corridor. That, the voice in Harry's head observed, with quiet satisfaction, is a man learning a lesson. The lesson was interrupted by Dobby. Dobby was a house elf the size of a small lamp and the color of a grub. Dobby had ears like sails and eyes like tennis balls and a habit of speaking about himself in the third person. Dobby came in through Harry's bedroom window on the night of his 12th birthday, sat on the end of his bed, and began, with great earnestness, to explain that Harry must not return to Hogwarts. Harry listened. Dobby explained that there was a great plot. Dobby could not say what the plot was. Dobby could only say that Harry was in great danger. Harry, polite, asked who Dobby was protecting Harry from. Dobby, who began to slap himself in the face with a lamp, could not say. Harry, who had been raised by Vernon Dursley and had developed an extremely fine ear for the rhythms of cannot say versus will not say, listened to the rhythm of Dobby's stuttering refusal. Dobby, he said, gently. Your owners. Are they, I'm guessing, here, an old family? With a son at Hogwarts? With a son who would, perhaps, be very pleased if I, personally, were not at Hogwarts this year? Dobby's enormous tennis ball eyes filled, very slowly, with tears. Dobby cannot say, Harry Potter. Dobby cannot say. Dobby. I won't make you say. I just want you to know that I have already worked it out. You have done your duty. You have warned me. I have received the warning. That ought to be enough for whatever oath you are bound by, yes. You did not have to succeed in stopping me. You only had to try. Dobby, who had been preparing to break a lamp on his own head, stopped with the lamp halfway up. Harry Potter is clever. Harry Potter has spent a long time around small people who say one thing and do another. He recognizes the type. He is, and this is important, Dobby, not the type. I'm going back to Hogwarts. Please tell whoever sent you that you delivered the message. Then please go home. Dobby looked at him for a long, wet moment. Dobby, and this is what nearly cost Harry the night, said, but Harry Potter must understand the danger, and then the cake came down. Harry did not see it happen. Aunt Petunia had spent 3 days icing a cake for the Mason dinner. The cake, which had been on a high shelf in the kitchen, was, when Harry next saw it, on the head of Mrs. Mason, who screamed. Vernon ascended the stairs at a speed Vernon should not have been able to ascend stairs. Dobby disappeared with a small crack. Harry, by the time Vernon reached him, had arranged himself on the bed with his book and an expression of bewildered innocence that Vernon, in his rage, did not for 1 second believe. The bars went on the windows the next morning. Harry was locked in. Hedwig was locked in. The Mason deal had collapsed, the Dursleys' social ambitions had collapsed, the cake had collapsed. Harry, in his bedroom, with bars on the windows and the lock on the door, considered the situation. He laughed. It was not a small laugh. Bars, the voice in his head said, with delight. They put him in a room and added bars and locked the door. As if a man with a wand can't be removed from a room with bars. They've forgotten I'm a wizard, Harry said, aloud, to Hedwig. Hedwig, who had not, clicked her beak in a way that, Harry was almost certain, was a sigh. I know, he said. I can't legally use it. But I can't legally be locked in a room without food for 3 days either, and yet, you know, here we are. He was just considering whether there was a spell, mentioned in chapter 12 of his Transfiguration text, that would convert a window bar into something less bar-shaped, when there was a small polite bang outside the window and Ron Weasley's face appeared in midair. Ron Weasley was 8 feet up, in a flying car. Harry did not do anything stupid that summer. He did, however, allow Ron and the twins, in a flying Ford Anglia, to attach a length of rope to the bars on his window and pull. The bars came out. He climbed through. Hedwig in her cage was passed across. His trunk was tied to the back. By the time Vernon thundered into the room, already accusing the air of crimes, the air contained nothing but Vernon. The car flew, very neatly, north, into a sky that had decided to be friendly, and Harry, who had been looking at the bars on his window for 3 days, leaned his head against the cool window and laughed out loud. It was a good laugh. It had warmth and it had teeth. It had, somewhere at the bottom, the polite gravelly note of a man who had just found, after long work, that the joke was always going to land. The burrow was a house that had been built by people who had not consulted gravity. Rooms had been added to it the way a man adds afterthoughts to a sentence. The kitchen smelled, all day, of porridge and old smoke and onions. The garden was full of small mottled creatures that ran sideways. Mrs. Weasley took Ron by the ear, hauled him through the kitchen, set him in front of a mountain of toast and a blistering scolding, and then, without breaking stride, gave Harry the same plate, kissed his forehead, and said, "Don't you ever go a day without breakfast, Harry Potter, do you hear me?" Harry, who had not been kissed on the forehead by an adult in his living memory, said, very politely, "Yes, Mrs. Weasley." His face stayed still. His chest did something internal that took it 3 days to put away. Diagon Alley before second year was a small festival of inconveniences. Lockhart was an inconvenience. Lockhart was a wizard with teeth like a row of porcelain commitments and the air of a man who has confused his own publicity for biography. Lockhart, on signing his books at Flourish and Blots, recognized Harry, dragged him up to the counter by the arm, posed for a photograph, and announced, into a megaphone, that he would be the new defense against the dark arts professor. Harry, polite, smiled for the camera. Internally, and the voice in his head agreed entirely, he made a small mental note that read, in clean black letters, charlatan. Probably harmless. Probably useless. Watch in case. The other inconvenience was Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy looked exactly like an older Draco who had been dipped in vinegar. Lucius Malfoy walked into Flourish and Blots after the photograph, found Draco glowering at Harry, and proceeded, with great urbanity, to insult the entire Weasley family in front of Mr. Weasley, who broke his patience and lunged. The two men knocked over a stack of books and brawled, briefly, on the floor of the shop, while Mrs. Weasley screamed at her husband and Hagrid pulled them apart. Lucius, dusting himself off, picked up Ginny Weasley's old Transfiguration book, which had fallen out of her cauldron in the brawl, and handed it to her with a small tight smile. "Here, girl, take your book, it's the best your father can give you." Ginny, who at 11 was small and shy and red-haired and very, very embarrassed, took it. Harry watched. Harry watched Lucius's hand. Harry watched the flick of the thumb, the way the book passed, the way Lucius's other hand had been moving inside his own robes a moment before. Lucius, Harry was almost certain, had slipped something into Ginny's cauldron. He did not say so. He did not have proof. But he filed it. He filed it next to Quirrell on the train and Hagrid in the pub and the small lengthening list of people who did not realize a child was watching. "Filed," murmured the voice. "We'll come back to that one." Second year began with a whomping willow. The flying car had, regrettably, decided to land in a tree. Ron and Harry, who had missed the train because the platform barrier had, for reasons later traced to Dobby, sealed itself, had taken the Ford Anglia, because a 12-year-old's plan looks like a 12-year-old's plan. The car spat them out, threw their luggage onto the lawn, and returned to the forest with the air of a vehicle that had decided it was going freelance. Snape, who had been waiting for them, with the small economical fury of a man who had been waiting for a reason for them, escorted them to the dungeon. Snape gave a long lovely speech about expulsion. Harry took the speech in. He did not interrupt. He did not laugh. He did not, on this occasion, point out that the more ornate Snape's speeches were, the more Snape was enjoying them, because there are some people you do not poke when they are working themselves up to a perfect crescendo. McGonagall arrived. Dumbledore arrived. The expulsion was rescinded. They were given detention. Snape's mouth made a thin line. Snape, however, did not argue with Dumbledore in front of students. In the corridor afterwards, Ron, very small, said, "I thought we were dead." Harry, polite, "We were almost worse than dead. We were almost expelled." "You laughed in there, didn't you?" "Did I?" "You did. Internally. I could see it." "Good. I was going for that." Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then Ron began, slowly, to laugh, which was the correct outcome, because if Ron had stayed worried for one more minute Harry was going to have to do something uncomfortable like hug him. Lockhart was a terrible teacher. Lockhart's first class consisted of a quiz about Lockhart's books. Hermione, who had read every single one, got 100%. Harry, who had skimmed 2 and concluded that Lockhart was either lying or dictating to someone who was lying for him, got a thoughtful 17, with a comment from Lockhart that Harry would try harder. "I expect great things, my dear boy." Harry's hand went up. "Sir," he said, politely. Question 7. The Vampire of Vagasomething. You wrote that you defeated him with a perfectly executed homorphous charm. Yes, my dear boy. What's a homorphous charm? Lockhart's face did a thing. It is, of course, a charm that, and the Cornish pixies, Harry said. Question 14. You wrote that the pixies of Bandon had been ravaging the village for 3 months. How long had you been chasing the same pixies? My dear boy, 3 months. It is, perfectly possible. You see, sir, I went through your books over the summer. I noticed that the dates in Wandering with Werewolves don't quite line up with the dates in Year with the Yeti. You'd have had to be in 2 countries at once. I just wondered if it was a typesetting error, sir. It happens. I don't want to make a fuss. The class, which had been half asleep, had gone very alert. Lockhart laughed. It was a tinkling, brittle laugh. My dear, dear, young Mr. Potter. The chronology of a wizarding career is, of course, often quite flexible. We are, after all, magicians. Yes, sir. 5 points to Gryffindor for enthusiastic reading. Thank you, sir. Harry sat down. He did not look at Hermione. He could feel Hermione, beside him, having a small private war with herself. She had been Lockhart's most ardent defender for 3 weeks. She was now, against her will, beginning to reread the books in her head with a different ear. She muttered, in the corridor afterwards, I'm going to have to check the dates. Harry, who knew what it cost her to admit something might be wrong, kissed the top of her head, which was now becoming a small ritual between them, like a salute. I know you are. It might just be typesetting. It might. It probably is. Probably. She walked with her chin up and her eyes furious and her mouth a thin line. By the end of the week she had quietly shelved her Lockhart books in the back of her trunk and was reading, with the same furious attention, a book on legitimate defense theory. That was the first time Harry watched Hermione change her mind. He would, in the years to come, watch her change her mind several more times. Each time, he would remember Lockhart, and the way she had walked out of the classroom with her chin up. There were no people braver than the people who could do that. The first time the writing appeared on the wall, it was Halloween. The writing was in red. It said, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, hung from the bracket of a torch by her tail, stiff as a board. Filch screamed. A crowd assembled. Snape arrived. Dumbledore arrived. The cat was petrified, not dead, but the promise of the writing landed on the wet stone corridor like a bell. Harry, who had, in passing the corridor, heard a voice in the wall, a voice no one else seemed to hear, a voice that said, "Let me rip, let me tear, let me kill," did not say anything for a long moment. Then he turned, very slowly, to Ron and Hermione. "Did either of you," he said, "hear that voice?" "What voice?" "In the wall. Just before the writing. Let me rip." Hermione's face did several things at once. "Harry, there was no voice." There was no voice. He looked at her. She looked at him. She looked, very slightly, frightened. Hermione, after a great deal of library work, came back with the answer 2 days later. The reason no one else had heard the voice was that the voice was speaking Parseltongue. Snake language. Salazar Slytherin's tongue. Voldemort's tongue. Harry digested this. He digested it with his head in his hands, on the floor of the boys' dormitory, with Ron sitting awkwardly on the edge of his own bed making consoling noises. Mate. Mate. It doesn't make you bad. I know. It doesn't mean anything. It means I can talk to snakes. I already know I can. I knew at the zoo. It does mean something. It means that. It means the Sorting Hat was trying to put me in Slytherin for a reason. It means Voldemort tried to kill me as a baby and left part of himself in me. It means, he stopped. Ron, on his bed, said, "Bloody hell, mate." The voice in Harry's head said, "Yes." And so? Harry looked up. He stared at the wall. He laughed. It was not a large laugh. It was a small precise laugh. It was the laugh of a man who has been handed a card he did not expect to draw and who, after careful consideration, has decided that the card is useful. "Ron," he said. "Ron, listen to me. I am not Voldemort. I have never been Voldemort. I will never be Voldemort. He left a fragment in me, by accident, in the worst night of his life, the night he failed. He gave me a gift. He gave me his language. And we are going to use it to find his bloody chamber." Ron stared. Ron's jaw, very slowly, came up. Ron, with a small slow grin, said, "Wicked." Harry stood up. He kissed Ron on the top of the head, because it had become a ritual. "You're going to be insufferable about it later," Ron. Probably. Probably. The polyjuice potion was Hermione's idea. They needed to find out whether Draco Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin, because Draco Malfoy had been smirking around the corridors for 3 weeks like a man with a private joke, and Hermione had decided that the only way to be sure was to be Crabbe and Goyle for an hour and ask him. She brewed the potion for a month. It took her the entire winter term. It exploded 6 times. She nicked ingredients from Snape's cupboard. She set up a base of operations in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, because Myrtle, the ghost of a girl who had died there, was not on speaking terms with most of the school and would not tell. The potion worked. Harry as Goyle and Ron as Crabbe found Draco. Draco, in the Slytherin common room, complained about everything for 30 minutes, his father, the air, the mudbloods, the food, the weather. He revealed, very importantly, that he was not the heir of Slytherin. He revealed, almost as importantly, that he did not know who was, and that his father had been pleased about the chamber being opened in the way a man is pleased about a useful tool he did not personally need to wield. Harry, walking back to Myrtle's bathroom in his own body, said, "That was useful." Hermione said, "He's the same color as a fish." Hermione had been turned, by mistake, into a cat. Madame Pomfrey, in the hospital wing, fixed her up over the next month, and Hermione, who was furious with herself, read 3 new books while she was bedridden and was, when she emerged, more dangerous than she had been before. The diary appeared in Harry's hand by accident. He had picked it up out of a flooded toilet floor in Myrtle's bathroom, where it had been thrown by Ginny Weasley, who had been carrying it without telling anyone, who had been writing to it without telling anyone, who had been having a small conversation, all year, with a charming boy who lived inside it. Harry held the diary. The diary was small and black and had T.M. Riddle printed in faded gold on the cover. Harry felt the diary in his hand the way one feels a wasp. The voice in his head, very quietly, said, "Oh, hello." That night, in the dormitory, with the curtains around his bed and the door locked, Harry took out a quill and ink and wrote in the diary, "Hello." The ink soaked into the page and disappeared. Words, in a different ink, bloomed back. "Hello. My name is Tom Riddle." Harry, very calmly, said, into the dark of his curtained bed, "Of course it is." He wrote, "And how are we this evening, Tom?" A pause. "I'm sorry. How are you this evening?" "Just being polite. I was raised by a man who runs a drill company. He had standards." A longer pause. "I am well. Splendid. Tell me, Tom, are you a memory of a boy who lived 50 years ago, who, by some terribly clever piece of soul magic, has been preserved in this diary as a kind of personality cassette, awaiting a young foolish girl into whom you could climb?" The diary, for nearly a minute, said nothing. Then it wrote, "You are not what I expected. I get that a lot." "Who told you?" "Nobody. I worked it out. I have a little drawer in my head. I keep filing in it. Most peculiar. Tom. Be honest with me. Are you opening the Chamber of Secrets through Ginny Weasley?" Another pause. "Yes." Harry, and he would think about this, later, appreciated the small honesty. The diary, without an audience to perform for, was a more straightforward conversationalist than its grown-up version. Harry wrote, "Why?" "Because I am supposed to." "Yes. But why are you supposed to?" "Because Salazar Slytherin's monster is meant to cleanse the school. Tom. The school is full of children. Including children, like you and me, of half-blood. You are about to set a giant snake on a school of children, several of whom are exactly like you. Doesn't that strike you as incoherent?" A very long pause. "I do what I am made to do." That, Harry wrote, is the saddest sentence I've read this year. He shut the diary. He sat in the dark behind the curtains of his bed. He breathed, very slowly, through his nose. The voice in his head, after a long quiet moment, said, you almost talked it out of it, kid. Almost, Harry whispered, aloud. A diary doesn't have hands. But it has her. I know. Then we go. We go. The entrance to the chamber was exactly where Harry had guessed it would be, because the voice in the wall had whispered it to him every time he had walked past Myrtle's sink. He hissed at the tap. The tap opened. A pipe big enough for a child to fall down opened in the floor. Lockhart, who had been recruited by Harry and Ron in the corridor and dragged along on the theory that even a useless wizard had a wand, stepped reluctantly into the pipe. Ron and Harry followed. The pipe, which was lined with bones, deposited them all in a chamber the size of a cathedral, and Lockhart, in the dark, attempted to flee. He grabbed Ron's wand. He pointed it at them. Ron's wand, which had been broken at the start of the year by the Whomping Willow and held together with spellotape, did with Lockhart what it had done with Ron all year, it backfired splendidly. Lockhart fell over with the look of a man who had forgotten his own name. Which, indeed, he had. The memory charm had bounced. The roof, jarred by the explosion, came down in a slow curtain of rocks between Harry and the others. Harry, on the wrong side of the rockfall, called out, Ron. Ron! Don't move him. Stay here. Wait for me. I'll come back. I'll come back. Harry, Harry, I love you, Ron. Wait. He went on alone. Tom Riddle was waiting for him in the chamber. Tom Riddle was not, in this room, a diary. Tom Riddle was a tall, dark-haired boy of about 16, with eyes like polished coal and an expression of mild, polite curiosity. He stood by the body of Ginny Weasley, who lay on the wet stone floor with her face the color of paper. Harry Potter, he said, courteously. How interesting. You came after all. You took her. She brought herself. She poured her heart into the page. Her heart was very satisfying. Of course, in pouring her heart, she also poured her soul. The exchange was not, in retrospect, a good one for her. Let her go. In a moment. First, we have so much to discuss, you and I. Harry, who had been very calm walking down the pipe, very calm in the chamber of bones, very calm in the dark wet stretch of tunnel, felt, for the first time, his hands twitch. Not from fear. From something that, if he had let it, would have been rage. He chose not to let it. He kept his hands open and visible. He stepped, instead, between Riddle and the snake-mouthed face on the great statue at the end of the chamber. He looked at Riddle. He looked at Ginny. He looked at Riddle again. Tom, he said. Yes. You were right, in the diary. You are not what you were made to be. You are a piece of him. He cut you off and stuck you in a book and used you as bait, 50 years later, to get a little girl killed. That's what he did with you. You weren't even worth the stone. You weren't even worth the cup. He kept you in a book. Like a journal. Like a receipt. He made a copy of his soul for backup and the backup was you. Riddle's pleasant expression did not change. But Riddle's hand, at his side, twitched. I am Lord Voldemort. You are part of him. The diary part. The teenager part. The part that hadn't yet got to the bit where it stopped being a person. I am Lord Voldemort. Yes. Yes. I heard you. Tom, you did not become him yet, when you wrote in this diary. You were a brilliant lonely boy who liked snakes and you put a piece of yourself in a book because you were frightened of dying. And you are about to feed a little girl to a snake the size of a bus to make yourself solid again. Tom. I can hear you trying not to think about it. Just put the diary down. Riddle laughed. It was a small, bright, brittle laugh. It was not Harry's gravelly laugh. It was the laugh of a man who has decided to mistake fear for amusement. Then Riddle hissed. The basilisk came out of the great stone mouth of the statue. It was the size of a bus. Harry, with his back to the rest of the room, with Ginny on the floor and Riddle in front of him and a snake the size of a bus rising out of the dark behind him, did the only sensible thing. He shut his eyes. A book had told him that the basilisk killed by the gaze. A book had told him, also, that a phoenix cried tears that healed almost any wound, and that Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, was, when the right wizard called him, a very loyal animal. Harry shouted, into the dark behind his eyes, Fawkes. There was a soft burning sound in the air. There was a flap of wings. Something dropped, gently, in front of him, the Sorting Hat, of all things, which Fawkes had apparently brought him as a small joke. Harry caught it. He felt, in the bottom of it, the shape of a sword. He pulled. He drew, from inside the Sorting Hat, a sword the color of clean light, with rubies in the hilt, and the name Godric Gryffindor engraved along the blade. He smiled, in the dark, with his eyes closed. He opened them long enough to see, with terrible relief, that Fawkes had attacked the basilisk's eyes. Fawkes was a small bright burning bird and the snake was a great blind monster. Harry, with the sword, ran at the snake. He ran with all the joy he had. He ran the way he flew. He laughed. He laughed. He drove the sword up through the roof of the snake's mouth. A fang came down through his arm. He ignored it. He fell. He lay, for one long moment, with the basilisk dying around him and the venom moving up his arm. Riddle, behind him, was already laughing, Riddle was already gloating, Riddle was already saying how very moving, Harry Potter, but you are dying. Harry, with his good hand, found the diary on the floor where Riddle had dropped it. He found, in his other hand, a fang. He drove the fang through the diary. Riddle screamed. Riddle screamed with a very ordinary teenage scream. He did not have time to be Lord Voldemort about it. He was a boy who had been pinned through the chest by a fang the length of a child's forearm and he made the noise a boy makes. He folded inward. He blew out at the seams. He went, very suddenly, the way a candle goes when the air is taken away. The diary lay on the wet floor with a hole in its middle and ink running out of it like blood. Ginny stirred. Fawkes, on the floor next to Harry, hopped onto his ribs and began, very softly, to weep. Harry, who was dying, looked up. The phoenix's tears fell on the wound in his arm. The wound, and this is the part Harry would tell, much later, to a much older version of himself in the back of a memory, closed. The venom went out of him as if it had been called. He sat up. He looked at Ginny. He looked at the diary. He looked at the dead basilisk. He looked at Fawkes. He laughed. It was a big laugh. It was a real laugh. It was the laugh of a boy who had walked into a chamber expecting to die and had walked, in fact, into the funniest possible outcome, saved by a bird and a song and a sword in a hat. The laugh ricocheted off the wet stone walls of the Chamber of Secrets and went up, and up, and up. Ginny opened her eyes. She saw Harry, sitting in the wet, with a sword in one hand and a destroyed diary in the other and a phoenix on his lap. She saw the corpse of a snake the length of a tube train. She heard him laughing. She, very small, said, "Harry." He held out his bloody hand to her. "Ginny Weasley," he said, gravely, between breaths. "I am very pleased to make your conscious acquaintance. We are, I am sorry to say, going to have to walk back through a sewer." In Dumbledore's office, much later, with Ginny restored to her parents and Lockhart restored to a hospital ward and Ron restored to his small private dignity for having cleared the rockfall by hand, Harry sat in front of the headmaster's desk and accepted, with grave courtesy, a sherbet lemon. "Sir," he said. "Yes, my boy. I have a question. I think you have known I had it for some time." "Yes. Voldemort left a piece of himself in me when he tried to kill me as a baby. The Sorting Hat felt it. I felt it tonight. I speak Parseltongue because of it. It is, I am told, a piece of his self. Like the diary. Yes, my boy. Harry breathed, very slowly, in and out. It does not, however, control me. It does not, in fact, do very much. It is, quiet, sir. Sometimes it is funny. Sometimes it is dry. Sometimes it tells me a joke. It is a tenant, sir. Not a master. Why is that? Dumbledore looked at him, behind the half-moon glasses, for a long, complicated moment. It is a great mystery to me, Harry. And, if I may, a great gift. A gift, sir. Most pieces of Lord Voldemort do exactly what Lord Voldemort would do. The diary tonight tried to kill an innocent girl. The piece in you, does not. The piece in you laughs. The piece in you tells jokes. Dumbledore's eyes, and Harry had not noticed this before, were wet. The piece in you, my boy, has chosen otherwise. There was a long silence. Then Harry, who had done a great deal that night, and would do more, and who was, after all, still 12, set his sherbet lemon down on the desk. He put his face in his hands. He cried. Just for a moment. Just for a little bit. Just enough to be a boy. Dumbledore, very gently, very quietly, very kindly, let him. The voice in Harry's head, in that moment, said nothing at all. There was, before Harry left the office, one more piece of the night. He had carried, in his hand, the destroyed diary. He had asked Dumbledore, with great calm, where Lucius Malfoy could be found at this hour. Dumbledore, who was a man, it turned out, with an excellent sense of small theatres, had told him. Lucius Malfoy was in the entrance hall, complaining at the Minister of Magic about the inadequacies of Hogwarts security. Dobby was at his heel, in pillowcase and bandages, with eyes the size of dinner plates and a small obvious tremor. Harry walked into the entrance hall. He stopped in front of Lucius. He held out the diary. I believe, he said, polite, this is yours. Lucius, whose face did not move, took it. Lucius looked at it. Lucius, in the small private way of a man whose investment portfolio has just shorted itself, pressed his lips together. Harry, very gently, lifted his arm and showed Lucius, under the ink stain, the small fawn-shaped hole in the center of the cover. Lucius's eyes flickered, very slightly, to the hole. My word, Lucius said, in a voice with no temperature. How careless of me. Yes, Harry agreed, mildly. You'll want to be more careful where you leave things in future. People might pick them up. People might use them. People might break them. Lucius's jaw worked for a long second. He turned. He swept his cloak around himself. He stalked, with the small offended grace of a swan losing a quarrel with a duck, towards the door. Dobby. Come. Dobby, head down, scuttled. Harry, behind them, very quickly, did three things. He pulled off his sock. He stuffed the diary into the sock. He called, in the polite voice of a man returning a forgotten umbrella, Mr. Malfoy. Sir. You forgot something. Lucius, irritated, turned. Harry tossed him the sock-wrapped diary. Lucius, by reflex, caught it. Lucius, by reflex, pulled the diary out of the sock and dropped the sock on the floor. Dobby caught the sock. Dobby looked at the sock. Dobby looked at Lucius. Dobby's enormous eyes, very slowly, lit up like sunrise. Master has given Dobby a sock. Master has presented Dobby with clothes. Dobby is free. Lucius's mouth opened in a very gratifying shape. You, Potter, he lunged at Harry. Dobby snapped his fingers. Lucius Malfoy, owner of an ancient family, holder of a Wisengamot seat, friend of the Minister of Magic, was thrown, by a very small house elf, halfway across the entrance hall and into the front door. The door, courteous, opened to receive him. Lucius landed in the gravel of the drive on a part of his anatomy that had not been landed on since boyhood. Dobby, at the threshold, said, "You shall not harm Harry Potter." Lucius rose. Lucius dusted himself off with the small fastidious precision of a man trying to retain dignity in front of two witnesses and a portrait. Lucius, without a word, swept out of the school, into the night, into the carriage waiting for him. Dobby, in the entrance hall, threw himself at Harry's knees and clutched them and wept. Harry, who had been, 10 minutes ago, a boy crying in front of the headmaster, and who was now a small king of small mercies, patted the elf's enormous head and did not laugh, exactly, but smiled in a way that, if you had seen it, would have lit a lamp. The voice in his head, very quietly, said, "Now that was a setup." Harry, pleased with the night, walked back to the Gryffindor common room. Hedwig, on her perch, blinked at him the way a parent blinks at a child who has come back from something they were never told about and was not, perhaps, going to be told about either. He put his hand on her feathers. He did not say anything. He went, in his pajamas, with his face washed, to bed. He slept, for the first time in years, without dreaming. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Dog and the Rat. The summer between second and third year ended with an incident at the breakfast table involving Aunt Marge, a glass of brandy, and a slow inflation. Aunt Marge, Vernon's sister, who had a pug-like face and a habit of speaking about Harry's parents as if they were items returned for refund, had said something Harry would normally have endured, and would normally have filed, and would normally have laughed about into his pillow that night, the way he laughed about most of the Dursleys' worst moments. She made the mistake of speaking about Lily. She had been working up to it for 2 days. She had said the boy's father was a no-good layabout. Harry had said, mildly, "More tea, Aunt Marge." She had said bad blood comes out, you mark my words. Harry had said, mildly, "Pass the salt, please." She had said and the mother, "Well, soft, I expect, soft and weak, that's where the boy gets it." Harry, who had not let his face move once in 72 hours, felt something inside his sternum click. It was not a loud click. It was a small click. But it was a click of a sort he had not previously had cause to inspect. The voice in his head, very quietly, said, "Easy, kid." Aunt Marge was already inflating. She was, at first, a balloon shape only at the waist. Then her arms went. Then her face. The buttons of her purple cardigan exploded, one by one, into the wallpaper. Her dog Ripper began, very loudly, to bark at her assent. Vernon, from across the table, screamed. Aunt Marge, without dignity, rose through the kitchen ceiling and out into the garden sky. Harry stood up. He set his fork down on the plate. He picked up his trunk, which he had, by some strange instinct, already packed. He picked up Hedwig in her cage. He let himself out the back door, walked across the lawn, walked down Privet Drive, and kept walking, until he had no idea where he was, and the night was warm, and his hands had stopped shaking. He sat on a low brick wall outside a children's playground. The wall was cold. The night was full of stars. He put his face in his hands. He had, for the first time, deliberately, on purpose, with conscious intent, performed magic on a muggle. He had broken the law. He had, in all probability, just got himself expelled from the only place in the world he liked. He laughed. It was a small laugh. It was a tight laugh. It was the laugh of a man whose hand had been on the wheel for a moment that, on review, he had not authorized. The voice in his head, very gently, said, "We don't do that, kid. Not for that. Not for words. Words can't hurt your mum any more than they already have. We don't do magic on muggles when we're cross. Not us. We're better than that. Look at me." Harry, in the dark, listened to the voice in his head talk him down, and noticed, with a small interested distance, that the voice in his head was talking to him in the cadence of a man who had been unable to do this for himself, in his own life, before something terrible had happened, and who had decided, somewhere along the line, that he was not going to let it happen again. The voice in his head, after a moment, said, "Right. Up. Look. Big black thing in the bushes. Get up." Harry looked up. There was a big black thing in the bushes. It was the size of a small bear. It had eyes that caught the streetlight and gave it back yellow. Harry, who had, 2 minutes earlier, been ready to weep, looked at it and said, "Hello." The dog, and it was a dog, looked back. The dog did not move. Harry, very slowly, raised his hand. The dog, very slowly, took one step forward. Then there was a tremendous bang, and a triple-decker purple bus skidded to a halt at the curb, and a teenage boy with pimples and a conductor's hat threw open the door and shouted, "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard." Harry, instinctively, put his trunk on the bus. He looked back. The dog was gone. He had filed it before the bus had even pulled away. The leaky cauldron, which had received him from the night bus, contained, of all people, the Minister of Magic, who had been waiting for him with the air of a man who had been told the very best news of his career and instructed not to enjoy it. "Harry, my boy. Don't worry about Aunt Marge, Accidental Magic Reversal Squad is taking care of her, she'll have no memory of the incident, only matters now is you, Harry, you. Stay in the leaky cauldron, please, until the Hogwarts Express on September the 1st. We've, booked you a room. Just, please, stay in the alley. There's a situation." Harry, who was 12, going on 13, going on something else entirely, listened to this with great courtesy and asked, with mild interest, "What situation, Minister?" Fudge, who had been told 23 times that morning by his press secretary not to mention this to Harry Potter, flapped a hand. "Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. A small matter, fugitive. Fugitive. From Azkaban." Azkaban? The wizard prison. What did he do? Fudge's eyes did a small evasive flicker. "Oh, well, terrible business, terrible, killed 13 people with one curse, but, nothing for a young man like you to worry about. Don't go wandering, Harry. Just, stay on the alley." Fudge made his excuses. Fudge left. Harry stood in the lobby of the leaky cauldron with a cage in one hand and a trunk handle in the other and a small black dog in his memory and the words "killed 13 people with one curse" in his ear and the faint pressure of having been lied to politely by a man holding a hat on the back of his neck. "Filed," the voice in his head said, with interest. "Filed," Harry agreed. Sirius Black, for that was the man's name, Harry learned it from a dropped newspaper at a cafe, had, the papers said, been a friend of James and Lily Potter. The papers said he had been their secret keeper. The papers said he had betrayed them to Voldemort. The papers said he had then, in the street, blown up 13 muggles and a fellow wizard called Peter Pettigrew, leaving, of Pettigrew, only a finger. The papers said he had escaped from Azkaban for the first time in the prison's history. The papers said he had been heard, in his sleep, muttering "He's at Hogwarts, he's at Hogwarts." Harry sat in a corner of the leaky cauldron with the paper folded in his lap and considered. A man kills 13 people with one curse, he thought. In the open street. With witnesses. With Aurors arriving inside a minute. He does not, on this occasion, do anything clever. He stands and laughs. He is taken in. He goes to prison for 12 years without trial. He breaks out. He is at Hogwarts because, the papers say, he wants to kill me. He turned the page. There was a photograph of the Weasleys, who had won a holiday in Egypt. They were posed in front of a pyramid. In the front, on Ron's shoulder, was Scabbers, the grey rat, who was, on closer inspection, missing a toe. Harry, very calmly, looked at the rat. The rat, in the still photograph, looked steadily back at him. The voice in Harry's head said, filed the whole time. Lupin was on the train. Lupin was in their compartment, asleep, with a battered briefcase that said Professor R. J. Lupin in peeling letters. Lupin was thin, and grey, and tired, in the way of a man who had been doing his own laundry by hand for a decade. The Dementors arrived halfway down the train. The Dementors were what Azkaban used for guards. The Dementors, Lupin would later explain, fed on happiness. They drained joy out of the air around them like water out of a sponge. They sucked memories out of people. The worst moments of your life rose up around you, in their presence, and replayed themselves on a loop. The Dementor that opened the compartment door looked at Harry. Harry, in the cold sudden absence of every warm thing he had ever felt, heard a woman screaming. He heard a flash of green light. He heard, for the first time in his living memory, his mother's voice, "Not Harry, please not Harry, take me, kill me instead." He heard a high cold cruel laugh. Then he heard nothing. He woke up on the floor of the compartment with his head in Hermione's lap. Lupin was bent over him with a piece of chocolate. "Eat," Lupin said. Harry ate. The chocolate was warm. The chocolate did, somehow, what Madame Pomfrey's potions had never done. The chocolate, very slowly, gave back the color of the world. Lupin, on the seat opposite, watched him steadily. "You heard her, didn't you?" Harry, polite, looked at Lupin for a long moment. "Yes." "I'm sorry, Harry." "Don't be. You weren't there." Lupin's eyes did something complicated. "No," Lupin said, very softly. "I wasn't. I am sorry for that as well." Harry, who had not previously had it confirmed by an adult that not having been there was a thing one could be sorry for, sat with that for the rest of the train ride. Lupin's defense against the dark arts class was the first defense class Harry had ever liked. Lupin was a teacher who taught the way a man might teach his younger brother, with patience, with humor, with the assumption that every student in front of him was capable of more than the textbook expected. Lupin's first lesson involved a boggart in a wardrobe, and a queue of students each stepping forward to face their worst fear. Neville's was Snape. Neville banished the boggart Snape into a cackling apparition of his grandmother. The class howled. Ron's was a giant spider. The spider acquired, with one tap of Ron's wand, roller skates. The spider skated, hopelessly, into a wall. The class howled harder. Then it was Harry's turn. Lupin, very quickly, stepped between Harry and the wardrobe. "Right, let's leave it there for today, class dismissed, go on now, chocolate frogs in the back." He did not let Harry try. Afterwards, in his office, Lupin said, "I didn't think you'd want the class to see what comes out of the wardrobe for you, Harry." Harry, who had thought about this on the way to the office, said, "It would have been Voldemort, wouldn't it?" "That's what I assumed, yes." "Professor." "Yes, Harry. It would not have been Voldemort." Lupin's eyes flicked. "No. I do not fear Voldemort. He killed my parents. He hurt me. He will, in due course, try to do both again. I want to defeat him. I do not fear him. I have spent 2 years in his presence, directly, twice, and I find, to my own surprise, that he is not what fear looks like." Lupin looked at him for a long moment. "Then what would have come out of the wardrobe, Harry?" Harry was quiet. He had thought about this on the walk to the office. He said, in a voice that surprised him, "A mirror." Lupin's eyebrows lifted. "A mirror?" "Yes. A mirror. I'd see my own face. And I'd see, in my own face, the small possibility that one day I'll start to enjoy this. The chaos. The fight. The way people step back from me when I laugh in the wrong moment. I'd see the version of myself that doesn't stop. I'd see the version of myself who is what they think I am. That's what I'm afraid of, Professor. I'm afraid of the day the joke starts to be on the wrong people." Lupin sat down very slowly behind his desk. He did not say anything for a long minute. Then Lupin said, "You are 13. Yes, sir. You are 13. Yes, sir. Harry. The fact that you are afraid of that future is the proof that it is not the future you will have. With respect, sir, that's a very kind thing to say. But I'm not sure it's true." Lupin, very gently, "It's true. Be afraid of the mirror, Harry. Be afraid of the mirror as long as you can. That is the whole of the work." Harry, in the small office that smelled of chocolate and dust and old wool, looked at Lupin, and Lupin looked back, and Harry, who had been raised by Vernon Dursley, recognized, for the second time in his life, the look of an adult telling the truth. He filed it. He did not laugh. The Patronus lessons began 2 weeks later. Lupin had taken Harry into the empty classroom on weekends and brought a boggart in a battered packing crate, and they had practiced the Patronus charm, expecto patronum, using the boggart, transformed into a Dementor, as a target. It took Harry 2 months. He had a hard time, at first, finding the right memory. The cupboard had not produced many. He tried his first Quidditch match. The Patronus came out as a thin silver mist. He tried Christmas at Hogwarts. The Patronus came out a little stronger. He tried his 11th birthday, Hagrid in the doorway, the cake, the giant, the wand. The Patronus took on a sort of shape and ran out before he could see what it was. It was on the 7th week that he found it. It was the memory of Hermione's hand on his shoulder in the chamber, after, when Ron had brought her down through the rockfall. It was the memory of Ron, dirt-streaked, asking him, "Are you all right, mate? Are you all right, mate? Are you all right?" It was the memory of a small grateful redhead girl, the memory of a phoenix on his lap, the memory of a pile of presents he had not had to share with Dudley, the memory of Mrs. Weasley calling him "you boy," and meaning her boy. It was the memory of all of it at once. He raised his wand. He shouted, "Expecto Patronum." A great silver stag burst out of the end of his wand. It cantered around the room. It lowered its antlers. It reared, very gently, on its silver hind legs. It lowered its head and rested its silver brow against Harry's forehead. Harry, 12 months out from the mirror of Eriste, stood completely still. Lupin, behind him, said, in a very small voice, "Harry." "Yes. Your father. James." His animagus form was a stag. The Patronus, in its silver light, looked at Harry with eyes Harry recognized. Harry, who had not cried in front of Lupin, who had not cried in front of Dumbledore in the office, who had not cried on the platform with the Dursleys waiting, laughed once, into his sleeve, and then could not stop. Lupin, with the small fierce mercy of an adult who knew when not to interfere, sat down on the desk and waited. The Hogsmeade visits began in October. Harry had not been signed off by the Dursleys, of course. Vernon had ripped the form up, and so Harry, the first visit, watched his classmates leave from the high window of the dormitory with the patient interest of a man waiting for a delayed train. Fred and George knocked on the dormitory door. They came in, sat down on his bed, and produced, with the slow ceremony of Father Christmas presenting a clock, a piece of parchment. It was blank. Harry, polite, looked at it. "It's blank." "Aha. Aha." George tapped it with his wand. He muttered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The parchment unfolded itself across Harry's bed. Lines spread across it. Names appeared. Doors. Corridors. Rooms. Everything in the school. Everyone in the school. Tiny dots, with little name flags, moving where the people were moving. Harry stopped breathing for a moment. Fred and George, simultaneously, said, "The Marauder's map." "Where did you?" "Filch's office." "First year." "Drawer marked confiscated and highly dangerous." "You stole it." "We liberated it." "It is yours now, Harry," said Fred. You need it more than we do, said George. Mischief managed, they said together, tapping it again, and the parchment went blank. Harry held the parchment in his hand. He looked at it. He looked at Fred. He looked at George. He could feel a small, slow, beautiful smile beginning to cross his face. The smile widened. The smile widened further. The smile, by the end, was the smile of a man who has been handed the best joke he has ever been in a position to deliver. Boys, he said. Yes. I love you both. We know. He used the map that afternoon. He used it to find a one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor that, when prodded, opened into a tunnel that went under the school grounds and came up in the cellar of Honeyduke's sweet shop, in Hogsmeade. He spent the afternoon with Ron and Hermione in the 3 Broomsticks, drinking butterbeer. He came back happy. It was the map, 2 months later, that showed him the impossible thing. He was lying in bed at 1 in the morning, looking at it, looking at the way the dots moved when no one was looking. He liked to watch it. He liked to watch the school breathe. He saw, at the dot marked Ron Weasley, in the boys' dormitory, a second dot. A dot that should not have been there. The second dot was labeled Peter Pettigrew. Harry sat up. He stared at the map. He stared at the map for a very long time. Pettigrew, the papers had said, had been killed by Sirius Black in the street 12 years ago. Pettigrew had been blown to small pieces. Pettigrew was dead. Pettigrew was, plainly and clearly, on the parchment, sleeping on the foot of Ron Weasley's bed in the form of a fat grey rat with a missing toe. Harry, who had been filing this for 2 years, laughed, very softly, into his pillow. The voice in his head said, with great satisfaction, and there it is. The full story landed in the Shrieking Shack on a stormy night in May. Sirius, who was, indeed, the great black dog from the playground, had been after the rat all year. Sirius had come into the school in dog form, more than once. Sirius had come for Pettigrew, not for Harry. Sirius, who had been Harry's father's best friend, who had been Harry's mother's friend, who had been Harry's godfather, who had been imprisoned without trial for a crime he had not committed, had been innocent. Sirius had been the Potters' first secret keeper, before Pettigrew. Sirius had told them to switch, to use Pettigrew, who would be the least obvious choice, because Sirius had wanted, with the small terrible pride of a man who knew he was the obvious target, to be the decoy. Pettigrew, the small mousy friend, had been the betrayer. Pettigrew had given the Potters to Voldemort. Pettigrew had killed 13 muggles in the street and faked his own death and run away as a rat and lived in the Weasley family's pocket for 12 years. Lupin, in the Shrieking Shack, on that stormy night, with his wand on Pettigrew, said, "Peter. Tell them. Tell Harry." Pettigrew, pink, small, pleading, on his knees, wept and begged and said, "Harry, I would never, your parents wouldn't have wanted, Harry, 12, going on 13, going on something else entirely, with 2 years of files in his head and a stag in his wand and his father's best friend behind him on the floor of a wrecked cottage, and a rat in front of him pleading with him on the name of his mother," looked at Peter Pettigrew for a long moment. He raised a hand. He said, with great gentleness, "Peter. Why yes, don't. Don't do that. Don't say her name. That is the line. There's a long, long line, and I have a great deal of patience for crossing it on most days. Today, I do not. Don't say her name." Pettigrew shut his mouth. Sirius, wand raised, face haggard, eyes like a man who had been dreaming this scene for 12 years, looked at Harry. "Harry. Move aside. Let me end him." Lupin, beside him, together, Sirius. "We end him together." Harry, with the same gentleness, said, "No." The Shrieking Shack, in its long sad way, held its breath. "No. No. Take him to the castle. Hand him to the Dementors. Let him explain. Let the world see. Let my father's name be cleared in the prophet. Let yours be cleared, Sirius. Let everyone know what he did, and what you didn't, and what my parents were. Killing him is a kindness. He would be a body in a corner. The rat would be dead. You would still be on the run. Your name would still be ruined. Their name would still be, he stopped. He breathed. The dead don't pay debts, he said, very quietly. The living do. Sirius stared at him. Lupin, very softly, lowered his wand. Sirius, after a long moment, lowered his. They tied Pettigrew to Lupin and to Ron, who had a broken leg and a ferocious grim courage Harry had only seen him use once before, in the chess room, and they marched him up out of the shack and across the grounds. The full moon came up. Lupin, Harry would learn that night, was a werewolf. Lupin transformed. The night went, as several of Harry's nights did, very wrong, very fast. The Dementors descended. Pettigrew, in the chaos, became a rat again and was gone. Harry, using the moment, using the panic, using a charm he had been building all year, drove the Dementors back from Sirius and from himself and from Hermione, with a stag the size of a horse cantering across the lake, and they survived the night. Sirius, captured, sentenced to the Dementor's kiss before sunrise, was waiting in the highest tower, in chains. That was where Hermione, with the time-turner she had been wearing under her robes for an entire year, looked at Harry. Harry. Yes. 3 turns should do it. He smiled. She, fierce, looked back at him. This isn't funny, Harry. He laughed, anyway, gently. Hermione, my love. Nothing is funny. You and I have been time-traveling for an entire year and you didn't tell me. That is funny. The whole system is funny. 3 turns back, you say. We're going to do it. You're going to do it. And we're going to fly a hippogriff up to the highest tower and rescue my godfather. Don't tell me that isn't a punchline I've been waiting for my whole life. Her mouth twitched. She, very fierce, did not smile. She put the chain over his neck. She turned the time-turner 3 times. There were the small ordinary days before the storm of May, and they were, in retrospect, the days Harry would later remember most. There was Hagrid's first ever class as a teacher, on the lawn, with the care of magical creatures 3rd years standing in a wide nervous semicircle around a paddock containing 4 hippogriffs. The hippogriffs were the size of small horses and had the head of an eagle and a temper that would not be argued with. Hagrid, beaming, sweating slightly under the weight of his own pride, opened the monster book of monsters by stroking its spine and explained, in his low gentle voice, the etiquette of the hippogriff. Bow first. Wait to be bowed back to. Eye contact. Respect. Draco Malfoy, in the back of the class, said something Harry did not catch and did not need to. Draco Malfoy was building, brick by brick, the very tallest tower of his own approaching downfall. Harry, for the moment, let him build. When Hagrid asked who would like to come and meet a hippogriff, Harry, feeling that Hagrid's career might depend on this single moment, stepped forward. Atta boy, Harry. Atta boy. The hippogriff he met was Buckbeak. Buckbeak was steel-gray, with eyes like cut amber and a beak the color of obsidian. Harry bowed, slow, careful, low, and waited, with his nose to his knee, for what felt like a year. Then he heard the soft heavy thud of a hippogriff bowing back. He looked up. Buckbeak's beak was an inch from his face. Harry, very polite, said, "Hi." Buckbeak bowed again. Harry, with great careful slowness, reached up and stroked the feathers at Buckbeak's brow. Hagrid, behind him, made the small wet noise of a man whose first lesson had not just survived but had been kissed. The class, behind Hagrid, applauded. Draco, who had not been listening, strolled forward, shoved Harry aside, and walked up to Buckbeak with the small confident swagger of a boy who had decided, against all instruction, that hippogriffs were beneath him. He did not bow. Buckbeak, an animal of standards, bit him. The bite was not bad. Buckbeak had not been intending murder. Buckbeak had been intending correction. The correction was effective. Draco, on the grass, screamed in a register only dogs could hear, was carried up to the hospital wing, and was, by sundown, prepared to spin the bite into the death sentence for a hippogriff because Lucius Malfoy was the kind of father who would oblige. Harry, walking back to the castle with Ron and Hermione, said, "There. There it is. He's done it. He's drawn the line. He's brought his father into a grading dispute. Hagrid is going to lose his hippogriff over a paper cut." Hermione, already calculating, said, "We can fight it. There's an appeal process. The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. I'll start tomorrow." "You will." "I will." Hermione. "Yes. I love you." "Yes, well. Don't be sentimental. We have legal forms to fill in." She walked ahead of them, ferocious, with her hair coming out of its plait. Ron and Harry looked at each other and shared, for one long moment, the same small grateful smile. There was a Quidditch match against Hufflepuff that ought to have been routine, in the rain, in November, and that became, the moment Harry rose into the air, abruptly catastrophic. The Dementors had been guarding the school grounds all year. Some of them, that day, drifted onto the pitch. The cold came over Harry like a second sky. He felt his fingers go. He felt his broom slip. He heard, very clearly, his mother's voice, "Not Harry, please not Harry, take me, kill me instead," and the high cold cruel laugh that had killed her. He fell from 50 feet. Dumbledore, on the ground, slowed his fall. Dumbledore caught him. Dumbledore drove the Dementors off. Harry woke in the hospital wing 2 days later, with his first ever Quidditch loss on his record and his Nimbus 2000 reduced, by the Whomping Willow it had blown into on the way down, to a small heap of expensive splinters. He sat with the splinters in his lap on the hospital cot for a long time. Hermione, at his bedside, said, very quietly, "You'll get a new one." "Yes." "It was just a broom." "Yes." "Harry." "Yes. It is not funny." He laughed. It was the smallest possible laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had cried very quietly for 10 minutes already and needed a punctuation mark to close the parenthesis. "Hermione, my love. Nothing is funny. Look at the splinters. Look at them. The Hufflepuffs won. The Hufflepuffs won the first match they have ever won against me. Cedric Diggory caught the snitch in the rain, with no seeker left on the field to compete with him. Hufflepuff won. Hermione, this is, empirically, the funniest possible outcome." Cedric tried to give the win back. "He went to McGonagall. He's a good lad." "He is, isn't he?" Harry, looking at the splinters, smiled, very small. "Bring me the Patronus book, Hermione. I'm done falling off brooms because I've never been taught to deal with this." That was the night the Patronus lessons began. The time-turner, when Harry finally understood what Hermione had been carrying around her neck under her shirt all year, gave him, for one short startling second, a very clear picture of the reason Hermione had looked, to him, increasingly tired. She was, in her exhausted 13-year-old fierce way, taking every single elective. She was going back, 2 and 3 times a day, to live her own afternoons over again. She had, by the end of the year, lived perhaps 300 extra days inside the same school year. She had not told Ron. She had not told Harry. She had told McGonagall and the Ministry of Magic between them had decided that Hermione Granger, age 13, would be permitted to bend a piece of basic causality so that she could, in a year, study arithmancy in ancient runes and care of magical creatures and Muggle studies, all of them, on the same Tuesday afternoon. Harry, when he understood this, did not make a joke. He did not make a joke for, perhaps, 10 seconds. Then he took her hand on the windowsill of the third-floor corridor, in the hour after Sirius had flown away on Buckbeak, and said, very quietly, "Hermione. Yes. You are the bravest person in this school. By a long, long margin. Including all of the teachers. Including me. She, fierce, embarrassed, said, "Don't be sentimental, Harry. It's the third time tonight. I'm doing it on purpose. Hermione, you used a time machine so that you could go to more lessons. It made sense. It made no sense. It was brilliant. Hermione. You are an act of God." She, trying not to cry, hit his shoulder. He, gravely, accepted the hit. 3 turns, you said. 3 turns to go back and save Sirius. Tell me again how it works. She told him. She told him 3 times. She put the chain over both of their necks. She turned the small gold sandglass at the center, and the corridor, the lights, the windows, the moon, slid sideways, in a long cold rush, and the world, very kindly, gave them back a sky that had not yet seen the moon. There is a strange politeness to time travel. The world does not let you change the past. The world only lets you fill in the gaps you had not previously been able to see. They saw themselves, twice. They saw themselves at Hagrid's hut, watching, from behind a hedge, themselves drink tea and watch the executioner climb the path. They saw themselves, by the lake, fighting off Dementors with a stag. It was at the lake that Harry, who had been waiting, for half an hour, for the Patronus to arrive, saw the Patronus arrive. He saw the great silver stag come down the slope on the far side of the lake. He saw the figure casting the spell. The figure was not, on closer inspection, the older man Harry had assumed it was. The figure was himself. Harry, past Harry, on the other side of the lake, half conscious with a Dementor's mouth at his face, had fallen. The Patronus had come. He had thought, in the dark of the moment, that it had come from the direction of his father, that his father, somehow, had reached across. Harry had been 13, after all. Now, on this side of the lake, with the time-turner around his neck and Hermione's hand at his elbow and a hippogriff to liberate in 2 hours, Harry understood. The Patronus had come from himself. The future Harry had saved the past Harry. He raised his wand. He thought about Sirius's hands on his face. He thought about Hagrid in the doorway with the cake. He thought about the silver stag with his father's eyes lowering its head against his forehead. He thought about Mrs. Weasley's homemade jumper and Hermione's hand on his shoulder and Ron saying bloody hell, mate, and he thought, very clearly, this is for me. He shouted, Expecto Patronum. The stag came out of his wand at the size of a horse and full of light. It cantered across the lake. It put itself between the 100 Dementors and the other Harry on the far shore. It gored the air. It drove them off. Harry, on this side of the lake, lowered his wand. He said, very quietly, to no one in particular, and the joke was, I thought it was him. All this time. I thought it was him. And it was me. He laughed once, low, into the cold air over the lake. It was the kind of laugh a man laughs when he has been told, on his 13th birthday, that he is going to grow up. Sirius escaped on the back of Buckbeak the Hippogriff, in the small hours of a Sunday morning in early June, while Ron Weasley slept off a broken leg in the hospital wing and Peter Pettigrew ran, somewhere, in the rat form of a man who had done the worst thing and got, for now, away with it. Before he flew, Sirius landed Buckbeak on the windowsill of the office. He took Harry's face in both his hands. His hands were thin and cold and his eyes, black, hollowed, half-mad, were wet. Harry. Yes. You are your father in his good days, and your mother every other day, and you are entirely your own person on the third. You are the best of all three. Listen to me. Yes. Your home is with me. As soon as I am cleared. As soon as I am free. You will not go back to those muggles. Do you hear me? You will not go back. You have a family. You have me. I am a poor placeholder for them. But I am here. And I am yours. Harry, who had been raised by Vernon Dursley, who had been raised by Petunia, who had spent 11 years not being looked at by an adult who meant it, could not answer. He nodded. He nodded. Sirius pressed his forehead to Harry's. Sirius, very quietly, with the laughing, gravelly note Harry had until then thought was only his own, said, "And the joke was, they thought they could make me forget you." Harry, at 13, laughed once, helpless, into Sirius's shoulder. Sirius mounted Buckbeak. He flew, in a slow arc against the moon, away. Harry stood at the windowsill and watched him go. The voice in his head, very softly, said, "Family, kid. You have family." Harry, after a moment, smiled, wide, real, with no reservation. "I have family," he said, aloud. The knight, very politely, did not answer. But the wind, on the tower, turned very gently to follow the hippogriff, and Harry, at last, in a way no one had ever offered him before, knew, in a small clean way, what Chapter 6, the cup and the graveyard. Sirius's letters arrived through the summer at irregular intervals, on the legs of a small frantic owl who flew as if she had been told her last delivery had been the one to determine her career, and who left, on the desk, scraps of parchment that began pup and ended, padfoot and contained, between them, the small daily details of a man living in a cave somewhere in southern Europe, eating fish, reading Muggle papers, and writing to his godson about the weather, the birds, the names of things he had not had cause to remember in 12 years. Harry kept the letters in a tin under the loose floorboard. Hedwig watched him hide them. Hedwig, who had developed, over the years, a small fond protective relationship to Harry's small fond protective relationships, gave him, every time, the look of a parent who had decided to ask nothing. That summer, Harry waited. He waited for the Dursleys to do something unforgivable. He waited for Voldemort to do something unforgivable. He waited for the world, which had been growing in size and consequence around him for 3 years, to do something bigger. Instead, the world sent the Quidditch World Cup. The campsite, at the World Cup, was a small extraordinary city of tents that broke a great many laws of physics from the inside and a great many laws of fashion from the outside. The Weasleys had a small canvas tent the size of a confessional that opened, when Harry stepped through the flap, into a flat the size of a small house. There were bunk beds. There was a kitchen. There was a parlor with a wireless playing tinny Celestina Warbeck songs. Harry, who had spent 11 years in a cupboard 4 feet by 3, looked at the inside of the tent and laughed out loud, helpless and pleased. Mr. Weasley, who had a passion for Muggle plugs and the slightly anxious goodwill of a man who had decided early in life to keep his wife happy and his children fed and the world large, beamed at him. "Did I tell you, Harry, the most marvelous thing, there's an escalator at King's Cross Underground?" "Yes, Mr. Weasley. I've been on one." "You've been? Oh, I do envy you Muggleborn sometimes. Just, think of it, steps, that move, it's the small joys, sir. It really, really is." The match was Ireland against Bulgaria. The Bulgarian seeker, Victor Krum, age 18, jaw like an axe, caught the snitch in a finish so spectacular Harry, in the stands, stood up and cheered with everyone, even though Bulgaria lost. Krum's catch had been the catch of a man who had decided, in the small private theater of his head, that he would catch the snitch now and that the score on the board was the wrong sort of fact to consult about it. Harry, who had felt a flicker of recognition, watching Krum fall through the air, filed it. Krum was, professionally speaking, a man worth filing. That night, in the small hours, the campsite caught fire. Or, more precisely, it was set on fire by a column of hooded figures, marching through the tents with wands raised, levitating a Muggle family, the campsite manager, his wife, his 2 small children, 50 feet above the ground and spinning them like rag dolls. The hooded figures were Death Eaters. The Death Eaters were Voldemort's old followers. The Death Eaters were, plainly, having a public engagement they had not had since the war ended in 1981, and they were, plainly, enjoying themselves. Mr. Weasley shouted at the children to run, run for the woods, run. Harry, wand in hand, pajama-trousered, barefoot, ran. He pulled Hermione with him. He pulled Ron with him. They ran into the woods. They lost Ginny. They found her. They lost the twins. They found them. Above the trees, in the dark, a different figure, robed and silent, not part of the marching column, raised a wand and spoke an incantation Harry had never heard. A vast green skull, with a serpent for a tongue, blazed up into the night sky. The dark mark. Voldemort's calling card. It had not been seen in the sky over Britain in 13 years. The Death Eaters, even the marching column, saw it. The Death Eaters, very abruptly, scattered. Harry, in the trees, with his back to a beech and his wand in his hand and Hermione under his free arm, looked up at the sky. He did not laugh. It was not yet, funny. The voice in his head, very quietly, said, "They've started." "Yes," Harry agreed. "They are not, kid, going to stop." "No. And we know who, behind it all, has just lifted his hand and signaled." "Yes. And he is, presently, what, a vapor? A shadow? Less, even. And someone is doing his work for him." "Yes. Someone, kid, is going to bring him back." Harry, in the dark of the woods, with the green mark burning over the trees, said, aloud, very softly, "Yes. And when they do, I am going to be waiting." Hermione, under his arm, looked up at him. Hermione, very quietly, did not say "That isn't funny." This time, she nodded. The fourth year started with a Triwizard Tournament. The Triwizard Tournament was an ancient inter-school competition between Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, a French school of pleasant girls in pale blue silk uniforms, and Durmstrang, an Eastern European school whose specialty was defense in the more practical, more violent sense, and which produced wizards like Krum. The tournament had been suspended for 2 centuries on account of the death rate. It had been revived, in this year, with a strict age limit, 17 and over only, and a magical artifact, the Goblet of Fire, that would select 1 champion from each school. Harry was 14. The Goblet of Fire selected 4 champions. Cedric Diggory, of Hogwarts. Fleur Delacour, of Beauxbatons. Victor Krum, of Durmstrang. Harry Potter, of Hogwarts. The hall, when his name came out of the cup the second time, went quieter than Harry had ever heard it. Quieter than Halloween second year. Quieter than the first time McGonagall had read out Potter, Harry at the sorting. Quieter than the chamber. Harry stood up. He walked, calmly, to the staff door at the end of the hall. He went into the small adjoining chamber. Cedric, Fleur, and Krum looked up, expecting an announcement. Harry, polite, walked in, sat down on a small wooden stool by the fire, looked at the other 3 champions, smiled, small, deadpan, and said, "I have no idea what's going on. Please don't punch me." Krum, whose English was not extensive, made a small surprised noise that might have been a laugh. Fleur said something fast in French that contained the word enfant. Cedric, to whom Harry had, in fact, 2 years before, given the Quidditch win back, in a manner of speaking, looked at Harry, looked at the door, looked at Harry again. "You didn't put your name in." "I'm 14, Cedric. I'm 14 and I have a survival rate. Why would I be looking for more ways to die?" Cedric, with the small fundamental decency of a Hufflepuff, nodded once, and that, for the rest of the year, was all the trust Harry needed from him. The teachers came in. Bagman, the tournament's organizer, was thrilled to have a 4th champion. McGonagall was furious. Snape was watching Harry with the cool reappraisal of a man who had begun to suspect that the universe was not, on this point, accidental. Karkaroff, Durmstrang's headmaster, was muttering. Dumbledore, knelt down in front of the small wooden stool by the fire, took Harry's chin in one hand, and said, very seriously, "Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" His grip was not painful. His grip was steady. Harry, with great calm, said, "No, Professor." Dumbledore, searching his eyes for a long beat, released him. Dumbledore turned to the others. Dumbledore said, mildly, "He did not." Karkaroff exploded. Madame Maxime, in fluent French, took Karkaroff to task. Bagman was thrilled. Crouch, a stern small ministry official, pronounced, with the iron certainty of a small man who had read the rules carefully, that the goblet was a binding magical contract and Harry was now obliged to compete or be stripped of his magic. Harry, in the chair by the fire, listened to Crouch's pronouncement and nodded. "All right," he said. "I'll compete." He stood up. He looked at Cedric. He looked at Fleur. He looked at Crumb. He smiled, small, real, tired, very old for 14, and said, "I am very sorry to crash your tournament." Then he walked out, into the corridor, and down to the Gryffindor common room, and laughed, when he was alone, into a cushion in front of the fire, until his ribs hurt. The voice in his head, after a long quiet beat, said, "Someone wants you in." "Yes." "Someone wants you to finish the tournament." "Yes." "Someone has set up a great deal of theater to deliver you, alive, to a particular stage on a particular evening at a particular hour." "Yes." "And we are going to walk all the way down it, aren't we?" "Yes," Harry said. "Because I want to know who." The first task was a dragon. He flew. He had, after the Patronus year and the loss of his Nimbus, been given a firebolt by Sirius, anonymously, by Owl, with a card that said only look after it. The firebolt was the fastest broom in the world and it loved him. He flew the dragon. He took the egg. He came out of it with a small superficial cut on his cheek and a dragon's tail spike that had passed within an inch of his ribs and his face. He landed on the ground in front of a stadium that had decided to scream his name. In the stands, Hermione, who had spent all year being furious with Ron, who had, for 2 months, refused to believe Harry had not entered himself, who had only that morning, after the dragons were revealed, walked back to Harry in the corridor and put her face against his shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," was on her feet screaming with the rest of them. Ron, beside her, Ron, who had been jealous of Harry's name on the goblet since the day the goblet had vomited it out, was weeping silently into his hands. Harry, on the way back to the champion's tent, was waylaid by Ron. Ron, in the corridor, said, "Mate." "Yes." "I'm an idiot." "Yes." "You didn't put your name in." "No." "I knew that." "I knew that the whole time." "Yes." "I just, Ron." "Yes." "Shut up." "Hug me." "We have to go into dinner in a minute and I need a hug from my best friend before I have a bath in this water bottle." Ron, in the cold corridor, hugged him. Harry, who, he realized, had been waiting for this hug for 2 months, laughed into Ron's shoulder, helpless and warm. The Yule Ball was 2 weeks before Christmas. Harry, who had not, in the whole of his life until that moment, considered the question of dancing, invited a girl in his year, a Ravenclaw called Cho Chang, to be his partner. Cho, who had the grace of a swan and the eyes of a person who already had a boyfriend and was about to apologize, said, very kindly, that she had already been asked by Cedric Diggory. Harry, polite, of course. "Tell him I send my best." He went, in the end, with the Patil twins, he with Parvati, Ron with Padma. They came down the dormitory stairs in dress robes that did not, exactly, fit, and Hermione came down a different staircase looking like a person Harry had known for 3 years and had never quite seen. Crumb had asked her. Crumb. Harry, watching Hermione take Crumb's arm at the foot of the stairs, looked at Ron. Ron was the color of a bruised plum. Ron. What? You like her? No, I bloody don't. Ron. Shut up. Harry, kind, did not make a joke. He made a small private file. The night went, on the whole, as well as a night could. He danced badly. He drank pumpkin juice. He sat for an hour with Hagrid and Madame Maxime, who had become friends in the way of two large lonely people meeting for the first time someone else who ducked through doorways. He went to bed late, and laughed himself to sleep, because he had spent 11 years in a cupboard and he was now wearing dress robes at a Christmas ball and dancing very badly in front of his entire school. The voice in his head, before he slept, said, "Eat the night, kid. There aren't going to be many like it." He filed that, too. The second task was the lake. He breathed, with a mouthful of gillyweed, for an hour underwater, and rescued, when no one else seemed to want to, every hostage at the bottom of the lake. Cedric had been allowed to take only Cho. Crumb had been allowed to take only Hermione. Fleur, who had been attacked by Grindylows and forced out of the task, had not made it to her hostage at all, who was her little sister Gabrielle. Harry, who had not been told he was breaking the rules, who had assumed, in the polite way of a man newly asked into a game, that he was meant to bring everyone up, surfaced with Ron under his arm, Gabrielle Delacour under the other, and a small half-drowned grin on his face. The judges argued for an hour. They gave him second place. They gave him second place because he had stayed to bring up another champion's hostage when he had not had to, and the rules, which had been dragged in to bind him in the first place, had no provision for this kind of foolish decency. Fleur, on the bank, kissed both of his cheeks. Fleur, on the bank, said, with great seriousness, "You saved my sister, even though she was not yours to save." Harry, polite, dripping, with Ron groaning at his feet and Gabrielle wrapped in a blanket, it was, Madame Delacour, a terrible tactical decision. "Don't tell anyone I made it. I have a reputation." Fleur, for the first time in a year, looked at him as if she saw him. She, very gently, kissed him on the forehead. Harry, who would not realize this for some time, had just been made godfather to half of Beauxbatons. The third task was the maze. It was a maze grown out of the Quidditch pitch, vast and green and full of teeth. The Sphinx asked Harry a riddle and let him pass. The blast-ended script did not. The boggart in the middle of the maze became, when he turned a corner, a Dementor, and Harry, who had been waiting for it, blasted it with a stag the size of a horse before he even got the rest of the spell out. He met Cedric, hopelessly tangled in vines, near the center. He cut him free. Cedric, panting, "Cup. The cup is there. Then go and get it. Together." "What?" "Together, Harry. We came in together. We finished together. Hogwarts wins together." Harry, who had been raised by Vernon Dursley, who had not been used to being included by other boys, looked at Cedric for a long moment. He laughed. It was the small, delighted laugh of a man who had just been handed an unexpected gift. "All right, Cedric. Together." They reached the cup. They reached for it on three. They touched it together. The cup, which was a portkey, yanked them out of the maze and through a great cold rushing dark and dropped them, hard, on the wet grass of a graveyard. Harry, on his knees, in the dark, with the cup beside him in the grass and Cedric beside him in the grass and the moon over a huddle of crooked tombstones, recognized the dream. He had been dreaming this all year. This, the place, the smell, the cold, was the place his scar had been showing him, in dreams, for months. The voice in his head said, very softly, "Showtime." A small short man, robed, hooded, walked out of the dark of the trees carrying something the size of an infant in his arms. A small high cold voice, barely a whisper, said, "Kill the spare." The hooded figure, Pettigrew, Harry knew at the moment he saw the gate, raised his wand. There was a flash of green light. Cedric Diggory dropped to the ground beside Harry, neither faster nor slower than a man dropping to one knee, and was, in less than a second, a body. Harry, who had taken half a year to learn the difference between fear and anger, could not, for the moment, do anything at all. Pettigrew bound him to a headstone with ropes. The headstone, when Harry's eyes adjusted, said, "Tom Riddle, B. 1882, D. 1957. Harry, against the headstone, was very quiet. Pettigrew, in the long careful theatrical silence of a man who has been waiting to do this for 13 years, threw the small swaddled infant shape into a great stone cauldron on the ground. Pettigrew, weeping, raised his wand. Pettigrew said, with the small obscene incantatory patience of an ill-prepared priest, "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." He drew bone dust from the grave at Harry's back. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." He cut his own hand off. He threw it into the cauldron. He screamed. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." He came at Harry with a knife. He cut Harry's arm. He bled Harry into the cauldron. The cauldron, which had been hissing and steaming red, went very still. Then it boiled, in a column, white and sparkling. The column rose. The column took shape. The shape became a tall thin man with skin like wet paper and a slit for a nose and red eyes. Voldemort had been a vapor. Voldemort had been a thing in the back of a turban. Voldemort had been a memory in a diary. Voldemort had been a hooded figure in a forest, drinking unicorn blood from the floor. Voldemort was now, in front of him, a man. Voldemort stretched his arms. He flexed his fingers. He looked at his hands. He laughed, a small high cold laugh, the laugh Harry had now heard several times in his head, the laugh that had been in his mother's last seconds. Then he saw Harry. He came across the grass to him. He lifted, with one long white finger, Harry's chin. He said, "Harry Potter." Harry, bound, bleeding, 14 years old, with Cedric Diggory's body 20 feet away in the grass, looked Lord Voldemort full in the face. He smiled. It was not a small smile. It was the smile of a boy who had been waiting, in a cupboard, in a school, in a chamber, in a forest, in a graveyard, for years, to be face to face with the man who had killed his parents, the man who had spent 13 years as a vapor, the man who had, now, in this moment, taken the shape of a body again, and stood in front of him, in the moonlight, expecting fear. He laughed. He laughed in the face of Lord Voldemort. It was the gravelly laugh. The cupboard laugh. The Joker laugh. The laugh his mother had given him when she had walked into a nursery and said "not Harry." The laugh his father had given him when he had charmed armor to sing rude songs about prefects. It was the laugh of every Potter who had ever decided that the world was, at last, worth taking apart. He laughed in Lord Voldemort's face. Voldemort's hand, on Harry's chin, twitched. The Death Eaters, who had apparat into a circle around the cauldron in the past minute, went very still. "What," said Voldemort, in a voice like a scalpel, "is so funny, Harry Potter?" "You," Harry said, gently. "You. Look at you. Look at you. You. You spent 13 years as a vapor. You spent 13 years in the forest drinking unicorn blood from the floor. You spent a year in the back of a turban. You have spent the entirety of my schooling trying to get a body, and the only body you could get had to be made out of Pettigrew's hand and my blood. You are the most embarrassing Dark Lord in the history of Dark Lords. Voldemort. Look at you. Look at you." The Death Eaters did not move. Voldemort's red eyes, which had not blinked in about a minute, narrowed. Then, with the small economical fury of a man who had decided that the only response to a critic is to kill them, Voldemort lifted his wand. Crucio. The pain was an art form. The pain was, briefly, the only thing in the universe. The pain was, and here was the joke, not enough. Harry, when the pain stopped, laughed again. It was a small laugh. It was an exhausted laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had decided that whatever Voldemort had to give him, he would give back twice over. Is that it? The Death Eaters, in their circle, did the smallest possible flinch. Voldemort cut him loose from the headstone. Voldemort tossed him a wand. Voldemort, with great theatrical generosity, said, "I will not have it said that Lord Voldemort murdered a child. Pick up your wand, Harry Potter. Bow to me. Duel me. I will give you the chance I gave your father. He fought bravely. He died like a man. Bow. Harry, wand in hand, straightened. He did not bow. He looked at Voldemort. He looked at the Death Eaters in their circle. He looked at the high white moon. He looked, finally, at Cedric, on the grass. He said, "No." Voldemort hissed. "Imperio." Harry felt the cool slipping in. He felt the small insistent voice in his head, the voice that was not his voice, the voice that said bow, just bow, it would be so easy. The voice in his head, his voice, the gravelly one, the cupboard one, said, with great cheerful contempt, "Tell him to fuck off, kid." Harry, aloud, said, "No." The Imperio's curse broke. The Death Eaters, in their circle, gasped, small, audible, real. Voldemort lifted his wand for the third time. Avada, Harry, at the same moment, with the gravelly laugh still in his throat, lifted his wand and shouted, "Expelliarmus." The two spells met. The two wands, brother wands, the wands whose phoenix feathers came from the same bird, the fact Ollivander had told Harry on the day he had bought his, locked. A great golden cage of light bloomed up around Harry and Voldemort. It rose. It spun. It made, against the night sky, a small humming dome, with the two of them in the center, with their wands joined by a thread of gold light, with the Death Eaters frozen in their circle outside the cage, unable to interfere. Inside the cage, Harry, with the small bright satisfaction of a man whose theory has just been proved, laughed. The wands hummed. The wands began, very slowly, to give their work back. A spirit came out of Voldemort's wand. It was Cedric. Cedric, smoke-pale, looked at Harry and said, with great calm, "Take my body back, Harry. Take my body back to my father." Another spirit came. It was an old man Harry did not know, who said only, "Hold on, boy." Another. A woman. Another. Frank Bryce, the Muggle Voldemort had murdered the summer before. Another. His father. James Potter, in pearl grey smoke, with a face that had Harry's chin and Harry's nose and Harry's eyes, stepped out of Voldemort's wand and walked, very calmly, to Harry's elbow. "Hold on, son. Hold on. When the connection breaks, run for the cup. We'll cover you. Run. Just run." Then, and Harry would carry this, every day for the rest of his life, another spirit came out of the wand. His mother. She stepped to his other elbow. She, Pearl, Smoke, Light, Lily Potter, looked at her son for the first time since he had been 1 year old and a half-feral baby on the rug of a nursery, and she put her hand to his face. Harry could not feel it, but he could almost feel it, and she said, "My boy. My beautiful boy. Be ready. You're going home in a moment. We are so proud." Harry, 14, in a graveyard, in a cage of gold, with his mother's hand on his face, laughed. He laughed quietly, helplessly, into the smoke. The laugh was warm. The laugh was wet. The laugh was, he would understand later, the only sound a soul could make in the presence of having been waited for its whole life. His parents and the others, Cedric, Frank Bryce, the unknown old man, the old woman, formed a small ring around him. "On 3, said James. 3, said Lily. Harry yanked his wand. The connection broke. The spirits surged at Voldemort. Harry threw himself across the grass, hauled Cedric's body to him with one hand, summoned the cup with the other, Accio cup, and the cup landed in his palm. He went up, off the wet grass of the graveyard, into the great cold rushing dark of the port quay, with the body of Cedric Diggory in his arms and the small ringing laugh of his mother and father in his ears, and he was gone. He landed on the lawn of Hogwarts in the dark. The crowd was screaming his name. He had won. He had been gone 20 minutes. They thought, on the lawn, they were watching the triumphant return of the youngest Triwizard champion. Then they saw Cedric. Then they saw Harry's blood. Then the noise, in great waves, changed. Dumbledore was beside him in 3 seconds. Dumbledore's hand was steady on his shoulder. Harry. Tell me. Quickly. Before the hands of all these people are on you. Tell me. He's back, sir. Voldemort? Yes. How? My blood. Pettigrew. The graveyard at Little Hangleton. Cedric is dead. Cedric is, Professor, Cedric is dead. Dumbledore's hand tightened. Dumbledore, with the small clean professional grief of a general who had buried students before, looked at Cedric. He nodded once. He turned. He looked into the crowd. He raised his voice. Lord Voldemort, he said, into the screaming. Lord Voldemort has returned. A student is dead. The Ministry will deny it. I will not. We are at war. The crowd, very abruptly, stopped screaming. Harry, bleeding, dirty, with Cedric in his arms, laughed once, low, into the silence. It was a small laugh. It was a real laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had just delivered the punchline he had been working towards for 13 years, with a body in his arms and his mother's hand still warm in his memory. The voice in his head, in the silence after the laugh, said, "And so, Mr. Potter. The first act is over." Harry, in front of the entire school, did not say anything. He only stood, with Cedric in his arms, and waited for the second. In the hospital wing, an hour later, Madame Pomfrey poured a measure of something purple down Harry's throat that tasted like punishment and made his fingers stop shaking. He sat on the cot with a blanket round his shoulders and looked at the wall opposite. The wall was white. The wall was, in the polite professional way of hospital walls, waiting. Sirius, who had appeared out of the corridor in his great black dog form, who had become a man inside the hospital wing's curtains, who had not let go of Harry's shoulder since Madame Pomfrey had got the blood out of his sleeve, sat on the next cot in his ragged Azkaban clothes and watched Harry's face the way a sentry watches the woods. Mrs. Weasley arrived. Mrs. Weasley took one look at Harry on the cot and burst into tears and flung her arms around him and called him my boy and held him so tightly that Harry, after a moment, simply let himself lean into her, because Mrs. Weasley smelled of bread and chimney smoke and home, and there were not many things in that hospital wing that smelled of home. Bill Weasley, the eldest of the Weasley brothers, who had cursebreaker tattoos and a long ponytail, stood by the door with his hands in his pockets and the small steady look of a young uncle who had decided, very early in the night, that he was going to deal with whatever came next. Dumbledore, who had been moving like the eye of a slow careful storm through the corridors of the school, came into the wing. Dumbledore had, with him, Snape. Snape was the color of wet ash. Dumbledore stopped at the foot of Harry's cot. Harry. Yes, sir. I need you to tell me everything. From the moment the cup took you. Everything. In as much detail as you can. Severus and Sirius will be with us. Sirius, beside him, made a small low growl in his throat that was not entirely human. Snape looked at Sirius. Sirius looked at Snape. Dumbledore, quietly, gently, with the small fundamental authority of a man who had run a school for 50 years, said, "Gentlemen. Sit down. Both of you. Now." They sat. Harry, between them on the cot, with Mrs. Weasley still holding his hand and Sirius still on the next cot and Bill at the door, told them everything. He told them about the cauldron and the bone and the hand and the blood. He told them about the circle of Death Eaters. He told them whose names he had heard called, Lucius Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, McNair, Avery, Nott, the Lestranges. He told them about the brother wands and the cage of gold light and the spirits coming back out of Voldemort's wand. He told them, with a small careful quietness in his voice that Sirius would, later, ask him about his mother and father. He did not tell them about the laugh. He did not tell them about Voldemort flinching at the laugh. He filed that one. He filed it for himself. When he was done, Dumbledore looked at Snape. Severus. Snape, with the smallest possible reluctance, with the courage of a man who had been preparing for this moment for 13 years, pulled back the sleeve of his left forearm. There, in the inside of his arm, was the dark mark, black, ugly, alive again on his skin in a way it had not been since November of 1981. Snape looked at it. Snape, in a voice with no expression, "It has been burning all evening, headmaster." Dumbledore nodded. Dumbledore, and Harry, who had at 12 recognized the shape of an adult lying kindly, saw, in Dumbledore's face, the shape of an adult preparing to fight. Severus. You know what I must ask of you. Snape did not move. Snape said, after a long moment, yes. Are you prepared? Yes. Then go. Snape rose. Snape, without looking at Harry, walked out. Sirius, when the door closed, said, Dumbledore. You can't be serious. You're trusting him. Dumbledore, very gently, Sirius. I trust him entirely. He was a Death Eater. Yes. And he came back. And he has, for 13 years, kept faith. He came back, Sirius. That is one of the very few facts about a human being that, in the end, matters. Sirius, after a long moment, made a small noise in his throat that was not assent and was not protest, but was an acknowledgement. Harry, very softly, into the silence, Sir. Yes, my boy. He's going to spy. Isn't he? Yes. He's going to be inside Voldemort's circle. As a returning man. He's going to risk his life every day for the rest of the war. For us. Yes, Harry. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then Harry said, very softly, Sir. I owe him an apology, when this is over. Dumbledore's eyes, behind the half-moon glasses, did a small startled bright thing. My boy, he said. I think you may be the first person in this castle to have said that sentence about Severus Snape in 20 years. Harry, at the mention of years, leaned his head against Mrs. Weasley's shoulder. He laughed, very small, into her cardigan. It was the smallest possible laugh. It was, he was aware, the laugh of a boy who had been in a graveyard an hour ago. Sir, he said. I am very tired. Sleep, my boy. He did not sleep, that night, until almost dawn. He sat with Sirius on the next cot for hours, while Sirius told him, for the first time in either of their lives, the small daily stories of James Potter at Hogwarts, the time James had levitated all of Snape's school socks into the Great Lake, the time James had hidden in a suit of armor for 3 days to prank the prefects, the morning James had asked Lily to marry him, with no preamble, in a charms class, and Lily had said not now, James, I'm doing the wand movement and James had said. Fine, I'll come back at lunch, and she had said yes. Harry, at 14, with his fingers knit through Sirius's at the edge of the cot, with his mother's hand still warm in his memory, laughed with him. He laughed quietly, the way a candle burns at the end of a long night, and he learned, in the small hours of a morning he would later not be able to date in his head, how James Potter had laughed. Sirius, eventually, looked at him with a small careful sideways smile and said, Pup. Yes. Your dad would have been insufferable if he could have seen you in that graveyard. Sirius. Yes. I told a Dark Lord he was embarrassing. You what? I told him he had spent 13 years drinking unicorn blood from the floor. Sirius, who had not laughed in front of another human being in 12 years, except in the quiet privacy of his own cave, laughed, in the hospital wing, in the small grey light before dawn, in a way that woke Madame Pomfrey 2 corridors away. The Daily Prophet, the next morning, denied everything. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, who had spent the night in Dumbledore's office shouting at an empty chair, issued a statement saying that Harry Potter was a disturbed boy, that Cedric Diggory had died in a tragic tournament accident, and that Lord Voldemort was, of course, dead. Rita Skeeter, who had spent the year writing increasingly poisonous columns about Harry, wrote one final piece in which she suggested that Harry suffered from delusions brought on by the trauma of his scar, and was no longer fit for serious public office or, indeed, attention. Hermione, the morning the paper arrived, sat down on the bench across from Harry at breakfast, slammed the paper on the table, looked at him, and said, "Harry, I have a plan." "Of course you do. I am going to catch Rita Skeeter." "How?" "She's an animagus. Unregistered. A beetle. She's been listening at every keyhole at this school all year. I'm going to find her, catch her, and put her in a jar." "Hermione." "Yes. You scare me." "Good." He laughed, the smallest possible laugh. The voice in his head said, "I love that woman." Harry, in his head, said, "Yes." The summer began, then, with a war that the wizarding government had refused to acknowledge. Harry was sent back to Privet Drive. Sirius, who had been ordered, by Dumbledore, to lie low at the old black family house in London, wrote him every 3 days. In the cupboard, which, for the first time, Harry had walked past without flinching, Mr. Tibbs the spider was still there, in his corner, dignified. Harry, on his way upstairs to the spare bedroom, paused in the kitchen doorway. Vernon was at the table reading the Daily Express. Vernon, who had not been told by anyone what had happened, looked up at him with the small flat hostility of a man who had spent 12 years training his face to give nothing away. Harry, polite, looked back. Harry, in the doorway, said, "Uncle Vernon." "What?" "I'd like the spare bedroom for the summer, please. Hedwig will need to come and go through the window. I'll be doing my homework. I'll not be eating much. I won't be here in September." He did not threaten. He did not laugh. He did not even smile. Vernon, who had been preparing, in his head, a long summer of small punishments, opened his mouth. He closed it. He looked at his nephew. He did not, on this occasion, recognize his nephew. Harry, who had been raised by Vernon Dursley, knew the look. Vernon had finally seen, on Harry's face, the small clean steady absence of needing him to like it. The need had gone out of Harry sometime in the last 2 years. Vernon had not noticed when. Vernon had noticed now. Vernon nodded, very small, once. Harry, polite, went upstairs. In his room, he opened the window for Hedwig. He sat on the bed. He took out a piece of parchment. He wrote, "Dear Padfoot. I am home. They are quiet. Don't worry. Pop." He folded it. He put it on Hedwig's leg. He watched her go. He sat on the bed and looked, for a long moment, at the wand on the bedspread. Then he laughed, small, tired, real, and lay down to wait for the war. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Final Joke. There is no orderly way to tell the story of the next 3 years. The Wizarding War, when it arrived, was not the war the textbooks had prepared anyone for. It was not a war of armies and pitched battles in fields. It was a war of small deaths in small corners of the country, a wandmaker's shop set on fire on a Tuesday afternoon, a Muggle family killed in their beds in a quiet street in Newcastle on a Thursday night, a ministry official replaced by an imperious double, a coffee shop in Diagon Alley blown to splinters at lunchtime, the Daily Prophet, with each new editor, drifting another inch towards the official line. Harry, 15, 16, 17, moved through it the way a man moves through a city he is being followed in, with attention, with humor, with a very particular set of friends, and with both hands always free. He was not the boy who had walked into the graveyard. He had grown 2 inches. He had filled out across the shoulders, in the way of a teenager who had spent every spare evening in a dueling club. He had a small flat scar on his cheek from the third task and a small star-shaped scar on his hand from the year Umbridge had made him write "I must not tell lies" in his own blood. He had, under the front of his hair, the lightning bolt. He had the same green eyes. He had, also, something new. He had, on his face, in his posture, in his voice, the small steady carriage of a person who had decided, years ago, that the universe was a long-running joke and that he, Harry James Potter, was no longer going to be its punchline. He was now, for the rest of the run, going to be the act. There was Umbridge. She came in 5th year, in pink cardigans and a high mewing voice, sent by the ministry to reform the school. She was small and toad-shaped and had the wet smile of a woman who had decided, early in life, that what the world needed was her. She gave defense classes that contained no defense. She passed laws that gave herself increasing personal authority. She tortured students with a magical quill, Harry first, because Harry had not been polite enough about "Voldemort is not back, dear," and Harry, with the small steady patience he had learned at the Dursleys, wrote out the lines, with his own blood seeping into the inkpot, until the words "I must not tell lies" were carved into the back of his hand. He did not laugh in class. He did not give her the satisfaction. He laughed, at night, into his pillow. And then, with Hermione's quiet ferocity and Ron's loud loyalty, he formed Dumbledore's army in the room of requirement, and he taught his classmates, 200 of them, how to throw a Patronus, how to disarm a Death Eater, how to dodge, how to read a duel. He was 15. He had no business teaching. He was, the students discovered, the best teacher in the school. He turned, for the year, the entire defense curriculum into a long quiet joke on Dolores Umbridge, by the simple device of making it run, in secret, better without her than the official one ran with her. By the time the ministry caught wind of the DA, half of Hogwarts could disarm a fully grown wizard, and Harry, with the small bright satisfaction of a man whose punchline had landed, laughed himself to sleep the night Umbridge fled the school on the back of a herd of centaurs whose private clearing she had insulted. He did not, in the end, kill Umbridge. He did not have to. The centaurs took her into the forest. She returned, eventually, to the ministry. She did not return to the school. The school never quite let her live down the cardigans. There was Sirius. Sirius, in the year that followed Voldemort's return, lived at the old black family house in London, an enormous gloomy mausoleum the color of damp wood, full of his mother's portraits and his ancestors' silver and the small spiteful house elf called Creature. Sirius hated the house. The house hated Sirius. Both of them, in their hatred, were very black. But Harry was, 3 or 4 times a year, allowed to come to that house, in the holidays, secretly, by Flo, and the days Harry spent there were the days Sirius drank less and laughed more and walked, in the kitchen, like a man with a boy to feed. Sirius taught him to apparate, before Harry was technically old enough to learn. Sirius taught him a dueling move involving a wand and a left-handed throw of a dinner knife that Harry, in time, would use with great success. Sirius told him, in fragments, the story of his own family, the Blacks, who had been almost entirely Death Eaters, with one exception, who had been Sirius, and the story of Lily, in the year before James had finally married her, when Sirius had been more or less in love with her himself in the small careful way men love their best friend's wife. It was on Christmas Eve of Harry's 5th year, very late at night, that Sirius, drunk, sentimental, weeping a little, told Harry the thing Harry had been waiting for him to say. "Pop. Yes. You are not allowed to die. Sirius. You are not allowed to die. Do you hear me? I lost your father. I lost your mother. I lost 12 years to a prison cell because of a lie. I am not losing you. I am not. I'd rather die first." Harry, who had been, in the past hour, drinking a small responsible amount of fire whiskey out of a teacup, looked at Sirius for a long moment. He, very seriously, said, "All right, Sirius." Sirius's eyes filled. Sirius, very wet, "All right. All right. I won't die. I promise." The voice in his head, very softly, said, "Pup. You may end up not getting to keep that one." "I will," Harry told it. The voice, for the first time, perhaps, ever, did not argue. There was the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort, in Harry's 5th year, baited him there with a planted vision. Harry, who had read enough men by then to suspect the bait, and who had gone anyway, because his godfather's life, as the bait had suggested, might not have been a bait at all, went with 5 friends. 5 15-year-olds in the Department of Mysteries, against a dozen adult Death Eaters. They survived. All of them. Bones broken. Curses absorbed. Neville's nose bled all over the Hall of Prophecy. Luna laughed at things that should not have been funny. Ginny, small fierce red-haired Ginny, held off 2 Death Eaters with a reductor curse and a single insult that turned, under her breath, into a hex. The Order of the Phoenix arrived. Sirius came with them. Sirius, who had not been allowed out of the house for 8 months, who had been dying very quietly of his own stir-craziness, laughed, in the Department of Mysteries, with his wand in his hand, the way a man laughs when at last he is being useful. Sirius duelled Bellatrix Lestrange, his cousin, the woman who had killed Neville's parents, at the foot of the Veil. Sirius taunted her. She struck. She struck, in the end, at a moment Sirius had laughed. Harry, who was 20 feet away, who saw it happen, who would for the rest of his life replay it, saw the spell hit Sirius in the chest. He saw Sirius, mid-laugh, fall backwards. He saw Sirius, the only family Harry had been given, who had a year before promised Harry that he would die first, who had, in the strict order of things, kept the promise, fall through the veil and be gone. Harry, for one long second, could not remember how to breathe. Then he ran. Then he ran at the veil. Then he tried to walk into the veil after Sirius. Lupin caught him with both arms across the chest. Lupin, small, strong, immovable Lupin, held him while Harry screamed. Bellatrix laughed. Bellatrix laughed in the way Voldemort had laughed in his mother's last seconds. Harry, who had not laughed at her, who had never thought she was funny, broke from Lupin's arms and went after her. He chased her into the atrium. He cornered her. He hit her with the Cruciatus curse. And Bellatrix, who had been struck with the Cruciatus by Voldemort himself many times over 12 years in Azkaban, stood up, grinning, and said, "Never used an unforgivable before, have you, boy? You need to mean them, righteous anger won't hurt me for long." Harry, at 15, in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, with Sirius dead and his godfather's laughter still in his ear, looked at her. He did not cast a second curse. He looked at her. He, after a long moment, lowered his wand half an inch. He said, "You're right. I don't have it in me to torture you. Not even now. I'd want to, in 5 years, look in a mirror and not see your face there." Bellatrix, who had been preparing, in her mouth, the next round of taunts, paused. Voldemort arrived in the atrium at that moment, between the fountain and the lifts. Voldemort had heard. Voldemort, in the Ministry of Magic, with the Minister of Magic's own staff watching from doorways, looked at Harry across 40 feet of marble. "Harry Potter," he said, "always so boring." Harry, who had cried, who had screamed, who had cast an unforgivable, who had stood in front of his godfather's death and could not yet feel the size of it, laughed. It was the smallest possible laugh. It had no warmth in it. It had no joy. It had only, and Voldemort, who could not see it, did not know, the small clean cold steadiness of a man who had decided, in this moment, what he was not going to become. "Tom," Harry said. Voldemort's wand twitched. "My name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, born to a Muggle father and a witch mother, raised in a London orphanage, took the name Lord Voldemort at 16 because Tom Marvolo Riddle was an anagram of it." "Yes. I know. I read." Voldemort hissed. Voldemort, over 40 feet of marble, sent a curse at him so fast Harry did not see it leave the wand. Dumbledore, between them, conjured the great stone atrium fountain into life, and the fountain moved, and stepped between them, and took the curse on its broad bronze chest. Harry, who had not had time to laugh, laughed now. It was not, this time, a small laugh. It was, this time, the laugh of a man who had just been saved by a fountain. Voldemort and Dumbledore duelled. The atrium of the Ministry of Magic, for 10 extraordinary minutes, was the scene of the most virtuosic magical duel of the century. Voldemort retreated. Voldemort, before he apparat, flung himself into Harry's mind, seized him, possessed him, drove him forward at Dumbledore in a body Harry no longer commanded. Inside the possession, in the dark of his own head, with Voldemort's fury and grief and rage and misery all flooding him at once, Harry, who had loved Sirius, who had Sirius's laugh in him, found the only weapon he had left. He let Voldemort feel it. He flooded Voldemort with everything Voldemort could not stand. Mrs. Weasley's hands kneading bread. Hermione's hand in his on a Tuesday in the Hogwarts library. Ron Weasley, on a chess set, knocking over his own king and laughing. Sirius's hand on his shoulder. Lily Potter's not Harry, please not Harry. The small daily ordinary fact of being loved. Voldemort, who could not, in his own body, contain it, fled. Harry collapsed. Dumbledore caught him. The Minister of Magic himself walked into the atrium 30 seconds later and saw, with his own eyes, the figure of Lord Voldemort apparating away with 20 witnesses and a fountain in pieces around them. The Daily Prophet, the next morning, finally said his name. There were Horcruxes. Dumbledore, in Harry's 6th year, taught him what they were. Voldemort had split his soul into 7 pieces and put 6 of them in objects scattered across the country. Each piece was a Horcrux. Each Horcrux had to be destroyed before Voldemort himself could be killed. The diary in the chamber, 2.5 years before, had been won. There were 5 more. Dumbledore took Harry hunting for them. Dumbledore, at the end of the year, on a windswept island in the middle of a great underground lake, having drunk the contents of a basin of cursed potion to retrieve what they hoped was a Horcrux, looked at Harry, on the boat, in the dark, and said, "Harry, I am not afraid. I am with you." It was on top of the astronomy tower, 2 hours later, that Snape, Severus Snape, on the orders given to him by Dumbledore himself months before, for reasons Harry would only learn after, killed Dumbledore. Harry, under the invisibility cloak, immobilized by Dumbledore's own last spell, watched. He watched Snape's face. He saw, on Snape's face, in the second before Snape said the curse, the small clean professional grief of a man who had been preparing for this for a year. He saw Dumbledore, with his hand on the parapet, with his eyes calm, look at Snape and say, very softly, "Severus, please." He saw Snape lift his wand. He saw the green light. He saw Dumbledore fall. Harry, immobilized, did not laugh. He did not, in fact, laugh for the next 4 months. There was the year on the run. He, Hermione, Ron, sometimes all 3 of them, sometimes only 2, after Ron, in a moment of jealousy and grief and exhausted hunger, walked out one night in November and was gone for a month before he came back, weeping, in a snowstorm, moved through the country with a tent and a wand and a locket and a list of objects to find. They found a sword in a frozen pond. They found a Horcrux in a vault in Gringotts and rode out of the bank on the back of a chained dragon. They found a diadem in the room of requirement, ringed with fire. They were betrayed, twice, by friends. They were rescued, twice, by other friends. Harry, through it all, kept his small steady carriage. He kept the laugh. He kept the file. He filed Snape. He filed Dumbledore's plan. He filed the wand. He filed the small slow-growing certainty that the 7th piece of Voldemort's soul had not, in fact, been Voldemort's to put into an object, that it had, on the night of his parents' deaths, found a baby in a cot, and lodged. He filed the prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. He filed himself. By April he had worked it out. He was, himself, the seventh Horcrux. Voldemort, to die, would have to kill him. He told no one. He carried the fact in his pocket the way other men carry coins. Hermione, walking beside him on a road in Wiltshire, in the late spring, looked at him sideways one afternoon and said, "Harry." "Yes. Whatever it is. Tell me." "I will. When it's time." "Harry." "Hermione. Trust me. Trust me. When it's time, I'll tell you. Until then, trust me." She, fierce, terrified, exhausted, with her hand in his, squeezed his fingers. "I trust you. I know." He did not laugh. The Battle of Hogwarts was a farce, structurally, and he loved it for that. The Death Eaters arrived to lay siege to the school. The school, students, teachers, ghosts, paintings, suits of armor, house elves, the entire population of every preceding generation, stood up to meet them. McGonagall, in a tartan dressing gown, with her silver hair in a long plait, set the suits of armor to march. Slughorn led the Slytherins out of the dungeons with the pleased irritation of a man who had thought he was retired. Trelawney, of all people, hurled crystal balls down stairwells onto the heads of attacking giants. Neville, who had broken his nose at 11 and could not now even imagine dropping a toad, took command of a corridor and held it for 2 hours. Harry, moving through the chaos with the cloak in his pocket and the map in his hand and the small steady carriage of a man with a job, laughed. He laughed because the universe, in the end, had set up the punchline beautifully. Voldemort, who had thought he was the Dark Lord, was being foiled, in a stand-up routine of small comedy, by teenagers and ghosts and house elves and a tartan dressing gown. Voldemort had thought he was a tragedy. Voldemort had always thought he was a tragedy. Voldemort had never noticed that he had, instead, been written into a farce. Harry destroyed 2 Horcruxes that night. He destroyed the diadem in the Room of Requirement. Ron and Hermione, whom he had finally trusted, the day before, with the truth of the Horcruxes, destroyed the cup in the Chamber of Secrets, and then, without warning, without preamble, in the middle of the corridor with a chamber pot in Hermione's hand, kissed each other for the first time. Harry, behind them, watched with the exhausted satisfaction of a man whose 2 best friends had finally figured out the joke he had been waiting on for 3 years. The voice in his head, at the same moment, said, "You are crying, kid." "Yes," Harry agreed, "I am." The snake, Nagini, the 6th Horcrux, was killed by Neville Longbottom, in the courtyard, with the sword of Gryffindor, in a moment Harry would carry, in his head, to his grave. That left the 7th. Harry walked, alone, across the grounds, into the Forbidden Forest, towards the man who had been waiting for him for 13 years. In the Forbidden Forest, the dead came with him. He had, in his pocket, the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Hallows, a small black thing he had pulled from a snitch he had not dared open until that hour. He turned it 3 times in his palm. His mother came. His father came. Sirius came. Lupin, who had died at the school an hour ago, who had a son not yet a month old, who Harry did not know for certain was dead until Lupin came. They walked beside him in the dark. They did not speak much. Lily put her hand against his cheek. James, in a slightly hoarse voice, said, "We're with you." Sirius, with the gravelly laugh, said, very softly, in his ear, and the joke was, "They thought you were going alone, pup." Harry, at 17, in the dark of the Forbidden Forest, with his mother's ghost at his elbow and his father's ghost at his other and his godfather's laugh in his head, laughed once, small, into the cold. It was the warmest sound he had made in months. In the clearing, Voldemort was waiting. He had a circle of Death Eaters around him. He had Hagrid bound at the foot of a tree. Harry walked into the clearing. He did not raise his wand. He stopped 20 feet from Voldemort. He smiled. It was not a small smile. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. "The boy who lived." Come to die? Harry, quietly, very politely, said, yes. He, with great care, took the wand out of his pocket. He, very gently, dropped it on the ground at his feet. He, with great care, stood up straight. He, looking Voldemort in the face, with his hands open and visible and empty, said, Tom. I am not going to fight you. I am going to die in front of you. And when I do, every other piece of you that I'm carrying is going to die with me. And when that's done, and I'm walking around again, and there will be one piece of you left in the world, and it will be you, and you will be mortal, and we are going to finish this. Right? Are you ready? 3, 2, Voldemort raised his wand and shouted, Avada Kedavra. The green light came. Harry, laughing very softly, with his mother's hand still warm at his cheek, closed his eyes. He woke up in a place that looked, uncannily, like King's Cross Station. It was very white. It was very empty. There was, on a bench, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked, at last, well rested. He stood up. He came across the white floor to Harry. He opened his arms. He, without embarrassment, hugged Harry for a long moment. Then he stepped back and said, Welcome, my boy. Welcome. You have done very well. Harry, who had been preparing, in the forest, for the small clean fact of being dead, laughed, a small startled laugh. Sir. Am I dead? On the whole, my boy, I should think, not. But, you let him kill the part of him in you. It worked. You can, if you like, go back. I can, yes. And finish it. Yes. Harry sat down on a white bench and was, for a long moment, simply quiet. He looked at Dumbledore. He looked, on the floor under one of the benches, at a small whimpering thing that was the piece of Voldemort that had been in him, dying. He looked at it once, with grave courtesy. Then he looked away. He did not, on this occasion, laugh at it. There was no joke worth making on a dying piece of a soul. Dumbledore, quietly, said, Tell me, Harry. Are you ready to go back? Harry, looking up, Yes, sir. Good. A long pause. Sir, Harry said. One question. Yes. Is this real? Or is this happening inside my head? Dumbledore, for the last time, with the small private delighted smile that had become, over 7 years, the smile Harry recognized, said, Of course it is happening inside your head, Harry. Why on earth should that mean that it is not real? Harry, laughing, at last, with his whole chest, closed his eyes, and the white was gone. He woke on the floor of the Forbidden Forest. He did not move. He did not breathe. Hagrid, who had been, until that moment, weeping, was made to carry his body back to the school. In the courtyard of Hogwarts, in front of every defender of the school, Voldemort displayed Harry's body. Harry Potter is dead. The crowd screamed. Neville Longbottom, Neville, with his broken nose and his round face and his sword in his hand, stepped forward. Doesn't matter that Harry's gone. People die every day. We're still here. We're still fighting. He swung the sword. He took off Nagini's head. The battle re-erupted. In the chaos, Harry, under the cloak, on his feet, alive, slipped into the great hall. He found Voldemort in the center of the floor. He took off the cloak. The hall, which had been screaming, went very quiet. Voldemort, who had been dancing, turned. Voldemort, for the first time in 50 years, did the thing. He flinched. It was a small flinch. It was perhaps half a step backwards. It was perhaps 1/8 of an inch lower in the wand arm. It was, perhaps, only a single word out of his mouth, which was the word no. Harry, standing in the middle of the floor, on his feet, smiling, laughed. It was the largest possible laugh. It was the gravelly laugh, and the cupboard laugh, and the laugh of a joker who had, after all, chosen differently. It was the laugh of a man whose mother had said not Harry and had been, in the end, right. It was the laugh of every Potter who had ever lived and every Black who had ever broken with their family. It was the laugh of Sirius, fall forward, mid-curse. It was the laugh of Lily, in the garden at Godric's Hollow, 3 days before the end of the world. It was the laugh of James, charming armor to sing rude songs at prefects. It was, also, his own laugh. He let it ring. He let it carry. He let it fill the great hall, and the corridors, and the towers, and the lawn, and the lake, and the forbidden forest, and every room in the country in which a wizard or witch had ever been afraid of Voldemort by name. Voldemort, with a face that had finally lost its composure, raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Harry, at the same moment, with the Elder Wand's true loyalty in his pocket, with his father's wand in his hand, with 7 years of practice, said, Expelliarmus. The two spells met. The two wands, the wand which had been Voldemort's for years and had never, truly, been his, and Harry's mother's love which had been Harry's all along, did the thing wands do when one of them recognizes its master. The killing curse rebounded. Voldemort, Lord Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle, the most feared wizard of the 20th century, the man who had killed Harry Potter's parents, the man who had spent 13 years as a vapor, the man who had spent 4 years as a body, the man who had, at the last, never quite understood that the joke was on him, fell, very simply, on his back, and was dead. The hall went quieter than it had ever been. Harry, in the middle of the marble floor, with the Elder Wand at his side and a body 20 feet from him, looked down at Voldemort's face. He, very quietly, did not laugh. He, very quietly, took a single small bow. Then he went to find Ron and Hermione. Before he had walked into the forest, there had been Snape. Snape, Severus Snape, who had, at the start of the year, been installed as the headmaster of Hogwarts under the Carrow's bloody hand, who had, over the year, in the small careful daily way of a man inside a long undercover, kept the Carrows from killing more than 2 students, who had, by the time he died, on the floor of the Shrieking Shack, with Nagini's venom spreading from a wound in his throat, done more for the order than any other single person in the war, Snape had given Harry. With his last breath, a small silver tear of memory. Harry, in Dumbledore's old office, looking out at a school under siege from the windows, dropped the memory into the pensieve. He went in. He saw the boy who had loved Lily Evans before she had been Lily Potter. He saw a small dark-haired boy, watching a small red-haired girl from behind a hedge in a Muggle park. He saw the boy and the girl growing up together. He saw the boy, on the Hogwarts Express, ask the girl what house she would be in. He saw the girl, in the Great Hall, walk to Gryffindor with one apologetic look back at the boy. He saw the boy, in Slytherin, falling in with a crowd that would teach him to be careful what he loved. He saw the boy break with the girl. He saw the boy call her, in a moment of fury, the worst thing a Slytherin could call her. He saw the boy on his knees in front of Dumbledore, sobbing, in the year Lily Potter's name had been put on a list. Hide her, hide her, hide her, please. He saw Dumbledore, gentle, at the same scene, and what will you give me in return, Severus? He saw Snape, raw, broken, anything. He saw Snape, after the night Voldemort had killed her, on his knees again, weeping into Dumbledore's robes, and Dumbledore, very softly, saying, "Then your task is to look after her son. Always." He saw Snape say, "Always." He saw Snape's Patronus, a silver doe, Lily's doe, leap, at Dumbledore's request, across the office, decades before Harry would ever see it leading him to a frozen pond. He saw Snape lift his wand at Dumbledore on the astronomy tower the year before, at Dumbledore's order, because Dumbledore was already dying of a curse from a ring, and because Draco Malfoy had been ordered to kill him and would not survive doing it, and because Snape, with the small clean professional grief of a man who had been ordered to do the worst thing, would. He saw Snape, now older, grayer, gaunter, with his Death Eater's mask in his hand, say, in a voice with no expression, I have spied on him for 16 years for her son. He saw Dumbledore, with the small sad smile of a man preparing to ask the worst, tell Snape what Harry was. He has to die. The boy has to die. At Voldemort's hand. It is the only way. He saw Snape, who had loathed Harry for 7 years on the surface and had, in the same 7 years, kept him alive every time the Dark Lord had reached for him, break. You have kept him alive so that he might die at the right moment. Don't be shocked, Severus. How many men and women have you watched die? Lately, only those whom I could not save. You have used me. You have grown to care for the boy. For him. A small flick of Snape's wand. A doe, Lily's doe, always Lily's doe, bounded across the office. Dumbledore, very softly, after all this time. Snape, very softly, always. Harry came out of the pensive. He sat down on the floor of Dumbledore's old office. He did not laugh. He, after a long moment, put his face in his hands and let the small strange grief of having been wrong about a man for 7 years move through him. The voice in his head, very quietly, said, "Pup. Yes. That's a man we owe. Yes. Stand up. Go and finish it. We'll come back for him after. We'll see his name in the Daily Prophet. We'll see his face on a portrait in this office. We'll see, before the year's out, the entire wizarding world know what he was." "Yes," Harry said. He stood up. He walked, with the small steady carriage he had been carrying since the graveyard, out of the office, down the corridor, through the chaos of the school, across the lawn, into the forest. He had a sentence in his head as he went. "I owe you, Severus." He carried it. He would, in the years that followed, pay it, in the only way he could, by making sure his sons knew. In the morning, after Voldemort was dead, after the last Death Eaters had been rounded up by Aurors, after the wounded had been laid out in long quiet rows in the great hall, after Mrs. Weasley had cried over the body of Fred, who had died, mid-laugh, in the corridor outside the room of requirement, in a way that would, for the rest of Harry's life, stop him cold whenever someone said George, Harry stood, with the Elder Wand in one hand, the Resurrection Stone in his pocket, and the cloak in the other, in the small alcove behind the headmaster's desk. He had, for 1 minute, considered keeping the wand. He, after 1 minute, had decided otherwise. He, with great care, took out his own old wand, 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather, the wand that had chosen him in Ollivanders, the wand that had been broken in a Muggle scuffle 8 months ago, and he laid it on the desk. He, with the Elder Wand, repaired it. The wand, in his hand, gave one small grateful warm flicker. Then Harry, quietly, alone, with no one watching, walked out of the headmaster's office, climbed to the astronomy tower, leaned out over the parapet on the side that faced the lake, and broke the Elder Wand in half against his knee. He let the 2 pieces fall, end over end, into the long black water of the lake below. He watched them sink. He, very softly, said, "Mischief managed." The voice in his head, for the last time, that he would ever notice it, laughed. It was not a large laugh. It was a small private warm laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had been with him in a cupboard, and a school, and a chamber, and a forest, and a graveyard, and a forest again, and a battle, and was now, with the wand on the bottom of the lake, free to go. The voice said, "Pup. You did it." "We did it," Harry said. "Be good, kid." "I will." The voice did not, after that morning, speak again. It did not leave entirely. Some part of it stayed, the laugh, the file, the small private commentary, but it became, by degrees, Harry's. It stopped being a tenant. It became a tendency. Harry, at 17, on the top of the astronomy tower, with the sun coming up over a school that had, against everything, survived, looked down at the lake. He smiled. It was not a small smile. He, very quietly, into the cold morning air, said, and the joke was, they thought we wouldn't find each other. He went down the staircase to find Ginny. She, on the bottom step, looked up at him with eyes that had been crying and then had stopped, and were now, under the redness, steady. He, without saying anything, took her hand. She, without saying anything, laced her fingers through his. They walked, the two of them, down the corridors of a school that smelled of dust and smoke and breakfast, into the great hall, into the rest of the war, into the rest of the peace, into the rest of the entire long good life that no one in the cupboard at 4 Privet Drive had ever, in a million years, dared to imagine for him. Epilogue 19 years later, on platform 9 3/4, Harry James Potter stood with one hand on the trolley handle and the other in his pocket, and tried very hard not to laugh. Hermione had her hand on his arm. Ron was on the other side, with his own 3 children swarming his shins. Ginny, who he had married 8 years ago, who he had loved since he had pulled her out of a chamber at 13, who had grown up to be the Holyhead Harpies' second-best chaser, was kneeling in front of their second son, James Sirius, who was inflating with the very specific pride of a child who had just spotted Teddy Lupin snogging a villa in the corner of the platform. Their eldest, James, took one look at Teddy and Victoire and ran off shouting, "Teddy's snogging Victoire, Teddy's snogging." Harry, very gently, caught his son by the back of the jumper. James. "Yes, Dad. That's not funny. Stop it." "It's very funny, Dad." "Yes, James, but stop it." James, with the exact small private grin of a joker who had, after all, chosen differently, ran off in the direction of the engine. Harry, looking after him, laughed once, very small, into his collar. Hermione, at his elbow, sighed. "It's still not funny, Harry." He turned to her. He kissed her temple, in the way he had been kissing her temple for a quarter of a century. He grinned. "Hermione, my love. It's getting funnier." She, fierce, fond, impossibly tired, hit his shoulder. He, gravely, accepted the hit. Ginny, laughing at something across the platform, caught his eye over the heads of the other parents, and winked. He winked back. Albus, his second son, at his elbow, was tugging his sleeve. "Dad." "Yes." "What if I'm in Slytherin?" Harry crouched down. He, Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, the man who won, the Auror, the teacher, the husband, the father, looked his son full in the eyes. He said, very quietly, "Albus Severus. You were named for 2 headmasters of Hogwarts. One of them was a Slytherin and he was probably the bravest man I ever knew. But just say. Then Slytherin House will have gained a wonderful student. Albus. It doesn't matter to us. But if it matters to you, you'll be able to choose. The Sorting Hat takes your choice into account." "Really?" "It did for me." Albus's eyes, green, large, his mother's, blinked. The whistle blew. Albus turned. Albus ran. Albus jumped onto the train. Harry stood up. He watched his son's face appear at the window. He raised one hand. Albus raised one hand back. The train moved. The platform breathed. Hermione, at his elbow, very softly, "All right?" Harry, who had spent 11 years in a cupboard, 4 years in a war, 20 years in a marriage, and a life in a body a piece of Lord Voldemort had once tried to take from him, looked down the platform after the disappearing train. He, very quietly, smiled. It was not a small smile. The voice in his head, quieter, these years, but never quite gone, said, "And the joke was, kid, they thought you'd be alone." Harry, with his wife on one arm and his oldest friends behind him and 3 children on a train going north and a life that had grown around him in the way of a slow patient garden, laughed. It was a small laugh. It was a real laugh. It was the gravelly bottom note laugh of a man who had taken what he had been given, a cupboard, a scar, a piece of a soul, a mother who had died saying not Harry, and made of it, against all the odds, something good. The train went round the curve. The platform emptied. Harry took Hermione's arm. Ron came up on the other side. Ginny took Harry's hand. They walked, the four of them, off the platform and out into the morning, into a London that had, for the first time in its very long life, finally heard the punchline and laughed back. Chapter 7 End. Thanks for reading, friend. If this hits something in you, the laugh, the cupboard, the moment Sirius leans across the cot, let me know in the comments. I read every one. Subscribe to Harry's Verse for the next one. Until next Wednesday. HV.